Derry creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory a thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom and enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey, it's me. Why is there an echo? Hold on. Take this one off stage. Okay, I think I fixed that in there. Yeah, okay, it's working. Now I'm just trying to mute the sound on my phone though. Oh jeez. Forever technical difficulties. Sorry.
It'll never go completely off.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to like leave the studio on this one until I actually need it then. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm having, to be honest with you guys, I'm having great difficulty even doing live streams anymore. I'm dealing with pain conditions that are progressing to the point where live streams are becoming more and more difficult to manage, to tolerate doing it at all. And so I'm trying to find ways around it, hence the technical difficulties. I'm going to be using 2 different devices and getting up and down, walking around the house, and like, walking around the house while I'm trying to break down the episode at the same time, even while I'm showing images. But I can't use the treadmill because the treadmill walking pad I got, it turns out that it causes me more pain. So I have to actually walk around the house. It's too cold to walk outside. I have to walk around the house for over an hour while I talk. So I'm gonna be doing that during the stream, which is not ideal, but I'm not on camera, so I can do that. It's just a little difficult. I'm gonna be bouncing back and forth between two devices, so apologies in advance if there are technical difficulties, because there probably will be. I already had one right out of the gate. Um, I don't want to give up doing streaming. I really don't. I love streaming. Um, I love the channel. I've always enjoyed streaming in the short time I've had this channel. But I don't know what the future holds. I really don't. A year ago, I could do 8 hours. I could do an 8 hour stream, and I was able to tolerate that and have fun with it. I could never do that now. Those days are done. I could never do that now. Now I do a 3 hour stream and I'm in horrific pain from it, from doing it. So you're gonna see much shorter streams. Uh, I have to try and have the self-control to talk less and keep the streams like 2 hours to 2.5 hours, more in line with like what the average streamer does. And even that is a challenge, a big challenge for me now. But I'm gonna do the best I can. I don't want to lose my joy in doing this. But you know, if it's hurting me, then I don't know. There may be a point where I may have to just stop. I hope that doesn't happen, but if things don't get better than a year from now, I could see that happening where I'm just not doing this anymore. At the rate that things have progressed and gone downhill. So, hey Dieter. No success yet, but it's too early now to say, because I just moved to Iowa like a month ago, a month and a half ago, and I just haven't things are just moving very slowly because of the holiday season, so I haven't had the chance to get in to see any doctors yet, except for a primary care doctor who wasn't able to do anything for me. But that's understandable for now. It's okay. I just have to give it more time and not give up. Anyway, so Dieter said like some stream and talk without screenshots while walking outside, maybe. Um, yeah, I may have to eventually just stop doing screenshots at all, but I want to give you guys something to look at while I'm streaming, and because I'm not on camera. So, if I'm not on camera, you're just gonna be staring at this. You're just gonna be staring at an avatar, and that's that's not really a good model for streaming. That's why I show a lot of pictures. So, but I may wind up having to do that um, because I need to stream and walk a lot more. Right now I can't walk outside. It's way too cold though. It's like 1 degree or probably something ridiculous like that. Anyway, let's get into. I don't want to make this all about my problems, but I just want you guys to know what's been going on and why I'm doing less streams and postponing streams late all the time and in just totally unreliable. I realize I've been completely unreliable in terms of when I actually go live. So, I feel like, you know, people just don't even know whether to show up or not, and I totally understand, and I'm sorry about that. And that it's because this has become almost unmanageable for me at this point. And my pain is becoming more and more unmanageable in general, even if you take streaming out of the equation. So, just just a disclaimer so people know what's been going on and why everything is so erratic with my channel when it used to be very much on schedule. I mean, granted, I would be late all the time, but not hours late. I would be late, but in a reasonable window of time. So, anyway, that's what's been going on. I hope it'll change soon. I'm doing the best I can, and I I have to put my self-care first. That's all. As much as I care about doing these streams and I want to keep doing them, I have to put my self-care before anything else. And if that means canceling streams at the last minute on a regular basis, then that's what I have to do right now. I hate doing it every single time. I hate doing it. But sometimes these days I just have no choice. It's either that or I'll suffer even more than I already do. Anyway, Doc was in here in the chat earlier and said, "Notice how we don't see babies after the first episode." Yeah, I think there's a reason for that. I think that that's just a logistical. If I had to guess, if I had to explain that, I would say that's just a logistical thing. By the way, we are here to talk about Pluribus, in case I hadn't. I don't think I even said that. I never even got a chance to say that. What we're talking Pluribus tonight, as indicated by my background, which you can sort of see, is the Pluribus title screen. But we're here to talk about episode 6 of Pluribus, which is called "Got Milk," a very humorous title for the episode and apropos. Um, and uh and it dropped early last week, so it's already been like a week since it came out. um Hence why Dieter said that he forgot what episode what happened to this episode. Yes, this is the episode where they all drive away from her. I know it feels like a long time ago that this actually came out because it was already a week ago. They released it early, I think, to avoid Thanksgiving weekend and also to avoid the Stranger Things drop. Very smart of Apple TV. They released this episode Tuesday of last week. They didn't do it Wednesday, right before Thanksgiving weekend, so that people could watch it then, because they knew damn well most people would be all tied up watching Stranger Things when that dropped. After that dropped, Wednesday night, episodes 1 through 4 dropped. So, yeah, good call on Apple TV. Um, and the next episode of Pluribus won't drop until the usual night this week, which is, I believe, Thursday, supposedly at midnight, but I heard that it drops around 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursdays on Apple TV Plus, the app. Uh, but anyway, Doc had mentioned that we don't see babies after the first episode, and um, I think that's probably just a logistical thing because um, they can't instruct babies to act like they're part of the hive. Babies can't do that. Babies can't act all in perfect sync with everybody and move in tandem with adults and stuff like that. They can't, obviously. So I think that's why they don't show babies. If they did, they'd have to show some weird AI babies, and then we'd be complaining about how the AI looks fake. So they showed a baby carrier, but we didn't see the actual baby in it. And again, I think that's the same reason, logistical. Um, and hope you're doing well, Dieter. He said, "How are you guys?" I'm doing um not great, but you know, there's a lot of positive stuff going on too. Don't get me wrong. It's just the physical condition I'm in is not great. That's where I'm at right now. My physical state is bad. But I hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving weekend for those who celebrate it. And um, I- um, hold on a sec. Just a sec. I just need to do something with this. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Um, had to keep my extra self backstage. I have two devices that I'm gonna be in right now. Anyway, um, but yeah, I hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving weekend. And Dieter in Belgium doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving, but I hope you had a nice weekend, a regular weekend. Um, Dieter said when Stranger Things live stream. I loved the first 4 episodes. Episode 4 was the best. Derek is the MVP. Suck my fat one. he said. Yeah, I don't know. I found Derek kind of annoying, but yeah, Derek did his he did his thing in the end. Uh, Derek Derek was a little jerk in the beginning, but he definitely wound up being helpful. Um, I'm not sure when we're going to do a Stranger Things live stream. We kind of have a packed schedule this week, so that's going to be tricky, to be honest. I don't know. Um, maybe Saturday. Maybe we'll do it Saturday. I don't know if that's too late to get in on the Stranger Things buzz, so I'm gonna have to think about that one. Tomorrow night we're tied up. Thursday I was thinking we'll do the Welcome to Derry live stream that I've been putting off for weeks. I have 3 episodes we need to cover. Um, so I don't know. We'll keep you posted, but I definitely plan on doing a Stranger Things live. Absolutely, 100%. Maybe Thursday. Maybe we will do it Thursday. Um, the more I think about it, that seems like the best option right now. Please like, share, and subscribe. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dieter. Please hit the like button so people can find the stream. That would be much appreciated. I'm not in the algorithm for Pluribus, so anything you guys can do to help push this out to more viewers, more people to find, um, really helps. If you could hit the like button, save this um, save this replay or this live stream to like a playlist. That actually helps with the algorithm. Um, just a second. Sorry about that. I wish there were some, I've got to find like an audio clip of some sort. So if I need to mute myself and there's nobody on stage to fill in the silence, like it could be sort of like a be right back sort of thing and some sort of music so that there wouldn't be just dead silence. Anyway, it would be less weird. Um, anyway, so yeah, I was saying that if there are other ways that you can help push this out with the algorithm. You can um you can leave a comment in the regular comment section. That helps too. So that multiplies your impact as a viewer of the stream. So anything like that that you can do, sharing it on social media, that helps. So all those things help with the algorithm, and YouTube sees that engagement that you're engaging with this video, and it then shows this video to more people who are browsing YouTube. That's how the algorithm works because it doesn't know me for this show. I wish there were this some kind of category, a broad category for TV, where if you're covering TV shows, then it would just know you. Okay, she's covering TV shows. I'm going to show this to people who are consuming a lot of TV content. But that's not how it works. It's very much marginalized to individual shows. So it knows me for From, it knows me for Severance, some other shows I've covered. It doesn't know me for new shows like this. So anyway, hi Trace. Nice to see you. Um, Carl is here now.
Hello.
Um, so let's see. Samuel said, if Carol's theory about the hive mind not being able to lie is true, then maybe the liquid is milk. Hive mind milk. Hmm. Maybe. Yeah, it could be. Um, I think she is right about that. I wish I had put out a theory on that myself early on. I wish I had said that or a prediction because I got the sense early on that they can't lie. But yeah, it was already revealed before I had a chance to put out a video. But yeah, it didn't surprise me. They don't seem disingenuous at all in the way they communicate and how honest they are just about you know basic things like um like the fact that they told Carol early on, flat out, that they're working on finding a way to add her to the hive, and they're only a few months away from, or a few weeks away. That told me they're probably incapable of lying. Because why would they tell her that? Why would they tell her that? Like, logically, it seems like they should keep that from her because they would know that's not something she wants to be part of. So. Yeah, that's why I thought that, yeah, they probably just can't lie. And so I do think she's right about that. Um, and thank you, Dieter, for doing that. Dieter streamed Stranger Things in my Discord community over the weekend, the new season. So that's awesome. Thank you for that. I'm sure people appreciated it. Sorry that I couldn't attend. I had a lot going on. I won't go back into my own problems again with my pain, but it's all pain related. Um, let's see. Dieter said people will remember most of the episode, and else I'll look in the mirror. Yeah, in terms of having something to look at, when I'm streaming, and if I'm not on camera, yeah, that's it's true. Samuel said babies are too expensive. Yeah. Yeah, they are too expensive. And you could show CGI babies, like Dieter said, but they would look really cheesy. Um, Yesterday I had to look up when the next episode will be released. It felt long. Yeah, exactly, Dieter. It's because it's coming out later than normal. That's all. Um I'm okay, stable. Well, glad to hear that. I hope you're gonna be better than okay soon. Trace said this show is good. Yes. I would say this show is great. I think it's probably the best. Well, I think Stranger Things is the best current show on TV now that it's come out, but Pluribus would be second for me. Um, just because I'm a longtime Stranger Things fan and I'm biased. If I were to really look at the quality of what I just watched, then I don't know, maybe Pluribus has some strengths that Stranger Things doesn't at the moment, but I think overall Stranger Things is the best thing going on TV right now. But Pluribus is killing it too. Um, hey, welcome Westerosi Whispers. So you're new. I haven't seen your name pop up in here before. Nice to see you. It is actually episode 6. Uh, wait, no, it's episode 5. It is episode 5. Did I write episode 6? Yeah, I did. I'll fix that after. Um, yeah, episode 5 is called Got Milk, indeed. Um, I got the title right, just not the number. Yeah, Got Milk. I thought that was a funny title. It's very appropriate. Samuel said Vince Gilligan shows usually take a few episodes to pop off. I like the show so far, though. Okay, I've never seen any of his shows, so I mean, unless you count the X-Files, but that's different. I think he was just one of a team of writers on that. So I'm new to this kind of stuff, in his body of work. Um, Hi Doc, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving weekend. Um, hey, Mr. Grant Gregory. Oh man, I knew I would be at work when you streamed. I am caught up and I have 7 big theories. Yeah, I figured you'd be at work. That's a shame. I would have loved for you to be able to join and share your theories. Um, but uh, but yeah, anything you want to share in the chat, or we'd love to hear it. Always love to hear everybody's theories, and I figured you'd like that show. Pluribus is a high quality show, so um, oh, before when it was just me with the round profile pic, it looked like the screen is saying POS. Yeah, it doesn't work so well when it's just me here. The background doesn't really look so great. I need a better background. Um, Dieter said, yes, Stranger Things is going to be the most popular of all, but all good. See how you want to do it. Yeah. Um, let's see. Yeah, Grant, I should just play the song from the video you made me when I need to pause for a moment. Uh, yeah, not like the irritating music when you need to call a company, right, Dieter? That would be annoying. 'Cause yeah, nobody likes hold music. Doc said you could load some music videos from the community for times like that. Feel free to use mine. Oh, thanks. That's awesome. Yeah, I could do that. I'll try that. It's a great idea. Um, yeah, that's a popular. Grant's theme song is popular. Doc's mom likes it. Put hash TV and TV show in the description too. Oh, Grant, yeah, I don't know if I have that in my description. Thanks for the tip. Let's see. No, I don't. Yeah, I'll have to add that. Uh, I'm gonna make a note to myself to remember. Okay. Yeah, because I wanna be an algorithm for people covering TV shows. Doc said, I think they're grinding up all unalived animals, including humans and babies. Yeah, that's what it it looks like, doesn't it? Um, that's what they basically are leading us to believe with the ending of episode 5. So, I don't think that there's anything nefarious about it. I know it sounds gruesome. I don't think that they're trying to do anything gross or horrifying or malevolent. I think that it's a utilitarian thing for them where they need to do this because they don't kill anything. They don't kill animals. So where are they going to get their nutrients? Um, they probably just view it in a very like unbiased um like objective light where it's pure practicality. Like, okay, these people are no longer alive. They died of the natural causes or whatever they died of, so we're going to make use of the nutrients from their bodies. I know it's disgusting. I'm not advocating for it or defending it, but looking at it from their perspective, I think that's how they view it. Like, this is just utilitarian. They're making use of it so that they don't waste anything. Um, and they need the nutrients because they're probably going to run out of food before long. They not only do they refuse to kill animals, and so they're going to run out of meat, but they can't even do factory level farming with the kind of practices that they have about preserving the earth and protecting the earth. And like they can't, in that light, I mean, they probably can't spray pesticides. They can't do factory level farming to the degree where they could feed everyone on earth. So, you know that's probably why they're doing this. Samuel, I can't even read that. That's funny. Um, Doc said, I'm finally done with my season 4 rewatch. Oh, of Stranger Things. Gotcha. And on season 5, episode 2 now. I stopped my rewatch. I ran out of time. So I'm going to go back to my rewatch after. Um, yeah. Carl wrote in the chat, babies have been liquefied to feed the hive. Yeah, babies and all the dead, right? I think it's all the dead, you know? It's so gross to think about. Disturbing. It's disturbing, but I don't think that they're like evil or something. I don't think they're doing it for any kind of evil
But
reasons.
that is the most evil thing when it's sort of dispassionate,
Yeah, yeah,
like the machines in the Matrix. They did the same thing.
right. And I don't, but like, I think the fact that the bodies, I'm sure the bodies are already deceased. Like they're not killing anyone to do it. They're like, okay, these people are dead, so we need nutrients, so this is what we're gonna use them for. That's probably what it's about. So they're not like actually killing anyone and doing it. So that would make it, I don't know, I mean, obviously that would make it a whole other situation. Um,
But then what's the point?
Utilitarianism, you know,
What's the end goal? What's the end point?
of
So eventually everyone's gonna starve, right?
yeah.
So eventually, because every single person is everyone, will there be a point where everyone is a single person? And that's all that
Um,
matters?
it could be. Yeah. Um, I mean, they may not mind if they lose large numbers of their ranks, of their population, because they're all absorbed into the hive mind regardless. So it may not really matter to them, but yeah. Um, Doc said this is my favorite show on air right now, even over Stranger Things. Oh wow. The thought experiment of Pluribus intrigues me. Yeah, definitely. The thought experiment is what I love the most about it myself, because the show is a thought experiment. It's asking us to think in all kinds of, challenging intellectual terms, you know, philosophical concepts and all kinds of things, that come up. Individualism versus collectivism being like one of the biggest themes, and like who's the real villain here? The ambiguity of you know, the situation where is the hive mind the villain? Is Carol the villain? Some people would say Carol is the villain. I've heard some people say that they think Carol is more the villain than the hive mind. And the hive mind, they enacted world peace. They achieved world peace, and they're not hurting anyone. They're not killing anyone. Um, and Carol is causing people to die by screaming and not being able to control her temper, even after she found out this is what's going to happen if she loses her temper. She still can't control herself. It still happens again, and she keeps hurting people, like she hurt Zosha. Um, so it's like, who's the villain? I still say I'm still on Team Carol, because the hive mind is, um, they're trying to force her and the Paraguay guy to join against their will, to join them, and they don't care what they have to say about it. Now that still doesn't make them clear-cut villains though, because um they think that they're saving Carol. They think that they're saving Carol by forcing her to join, and she just doesn't know it. They're saving her. She just doesn't understand that. The paradox is that Carol thinks the same thing about them, that she's saving them. She wants to try to save them by curing them of this happiness disease, and they just don't know that they need saving. That's the really fascinating thing about this. both sides, Carol and the hive mind, believe that they're saving the other. Um, and that person is just oblivious, or that side is just oblivious to the fact that they need to be saved. So it's like the intentions are good on both sides. That makes this really ambiguous and interesting.
Have you ever seen that meme where it's like these SS guys are all dressed up, and the one guy looks to the other one, he says, "So and so, are we the baddies?" Because they don't realize that they're the bad guys.
Yeah.
And I think that would be the case for both the two people that you're talking about, the Hive and Carol. Are they the baddies? Who's the baddies?
Yeah. Um, yeah, I've never seen that. No, I've never seen that meme.
It's like from a British comedy or something.
Yeah. Um, but you know, so yeah, it's interesting. There is no cartoonish one-dimensional villain in this show, and I like that about it. And because genuinely, Zosha said that you know, they're saving Carol, and if you see someone who's drowning, would you hesitate to throw them a life preserver? No, you would do that immediately. Carol is like, so I'm drowning now, and Zosha said, yes, you just don't know it, basically. So, um, it's it's interesting. They think that they're, you know, it's equivalent to saving her life, and it's like, but I'm on Carol's side with this because I'm on Carol's side in terms of wanting to stay out of the hive mind. I don't know about Carol forcing her cure onto them because I would take more of a John Locke approach to it. John Locke, the philosopher, not the lost character. Um, the John Locke approach would be let people decide for themselves what they want. You don't try to force your choice onto them. And he believed in personal liberty, individual freedom, to the point where even if you saw someone about to jump off a bridge, you don't stop them because they have the right to do what they want, even if it means ending their own life. I would take that approach to this. You know, like let people decide what they want. Don't try to force your choice on them. Um, Although, I mean, I have to admit though, with the hive mind, there's something clearly wrong with them. They're not supposed to be this way. They're infected by this virus. So I would lean more towards Carol in thinking they need to be saved, even if they don't know it yet. So I don't know. Like it's tough in this situation. Um, 10 likes. Yes, please hit the like button. Hey Bill Chill, nice to see you. Um, Grant said three of the oh, sorry, I keep pressing the wrong button. Three of the best things I've seen within the last year have all been Apple Plus shows. Not surprised. Yeah, they're turning out some of the best content out there. Yeah, they really, really are. They're killing it. Um, Doc said, so I found out today that they demoted me and another worker when the corporation bought the place, as they would have to pay me a lot more money. They didn't tell us for months until today because they needed us to continue acting as supervisor until one was hired who supervises multiple departments and saves them money. Pretty sure it all was illegal and I need to look into it. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's horrible. That's really messed up. I'm so sorry to hear that, and definitely look into it. That if that's illegal, then something needs to be done about that. That's terrible. But God, corporations are evil, I'm telling you. Whatever they can do to save money, they will do. Doesn't matter what. Like that's a really messed up, low down kind of scheming thing to do to you. I'm so sorry. Uh Grant said, everyone seems to think that it's people in the freezer, but I think it's domesticated pets. That's why they took over the pet food plant. Carol looked puzzled until she realized it. Huh, maybe. Domesticated pets. It could be. Bill Chill, human Kool-Aid mix, powder form. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Uh, Doc said they deceived me, and since they pay more for that position, I thought I was working, but I'm pretty sure they made a boo-boo, but I gotta look into it. God, and that's awful. Um, oh, there. Let's see. Um, oh, let's, oh yeah. Hold on a second. Grant said we haven't heard a single cat or dog since the joining, since that might something also since that might zero kids also. Oh, since that night, zero kids also. Um, um, Zero kids. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they could have at least like they can't show babies acting in perfect sync, but they could have some kids, some really good child actors. So yeah, that's weird that they haven't shown any more kids since the first night. Um, but they did show those two. They showed two kids, the neighborhood kids. Um, and the cat or dog thing, yeah, maybe they just don't know how to handle the logistics of it, of making them act like they're part of the hive in sync with people, you know? They'll chill, where are the children? People juice. They released all the animals. Yeah, like Samuel said, they released all the animals. People got mauled. So they released all the zoo animals and the house pets. So yeah, they sent all the animals out, like, which was really messed up. You shouldn't like that's if you're trying not to hurt any living thing, you're gonna hurt them and harm them by releasing domesticated dogs and cats who don't belong outside. That was crazy. Um, Grant said they are software sent to pacify before the real bad guys come in. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's what I think. Honestly, I think that this is the perfect way to render the human race passive and unable to resist um an invading alien force because obviously they don't fight back. They they are non-violent and they do whatever they can to make any living thing happy that's outside of their hive. So yeah, I mean they would be helpless against invading aliens.
Resistance is futile.
So maybe we're in for an alien invasion eventually on the show. I would be here for that. But I have a feeling that it's not going to happen because um, they specifically mentioned, they made a point of mentioning how this signal may have been sent over who knows how many years. Like this signal that can,
Human existence.
yeah, this signal may have been sent before humans even existed, since before humans even existed, that led to the RNA virus. Um, so yeah, it's like if that's true, if it has been sent since before humans existed, it's been that long, then maybe those aliens, died out. The aliens that were going to invade, maybe they're not even around anymore and they're not coming. So we may not see whoever it was who sent that message. That may be just a done deal. Uh, or who knows how many, like, how with the way time works in space, like how long it would take to get here. Who knows? I I don't really understand it, but yeah, I have a feeling that this show is meant to just be more than anything else a comedic sci-fi thought experiment. So if I had to guess one way or the other right now, I would have to guess that we're not going to see some kind of alien invasion and we will never even find out who sent the message. I hope I'm wrong because I'd really love to see who sent the message. Um, but yeah, I think if we do find out, it's going to be a while. They are hoping for 3 seasons of this show. Bill Chill said the body will begin to eat/digest itself. I think the same could happen to the Pluribus/hive mind community. Oh, okay. That's yeah, that's dark. That's what happens, if they do run out of food. Yeah, that could absolutely happen. He continues, the human body has a natural process called au- autophagy or self-eating, where it breaks down and recycles older damaged cell parts for energy and to create new, healthier cells. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah. Um, yeah, that very well could happen. Um, Grant said, "How the heck can Carol be the bad guy? Many of those deaths are on Carol. She doesn't control what they do." Or I think he meant to say none of those deaths are on Carol. She doesn't control what they do. Hashtag Carol did nothing wrong. Um, well, I'm not saying I think Carol is the bad guy, but I'm saying some people feel that way, and you could make a case for Carol being more of a villain. I don't think that there is a clear-cut villain on the show. So, yeah, I don't think that she is. And you know, she doesn't control what they do, but she is not doing a very good job of controlling her temper, and then it does lead to millions of deaths, which she knows about. Um, it does make them villains, Julie. Well, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, if you think about it, the hive mind people are victims. They didn't ask for this virus. Whoever sent the virus, I would say they're the villain, and we may never even meet them. They can't help it that they got infected with this virus and they're compelled to do what they're doing right now. They said for themselves they have a biological imperative to spread themselves far and wide, basically, to add people to the hive mind. They can't stop themselves. So I don't think that's really a villain. That's not what I would call a villain. There's nothing nefarious about what they're doing. They're not malicious about it. It's something they're biologically compelled to do, just like someone who's biologically compelled, like an animal who's biologically compelled to mate. That's that's what it's kind of like what they're doing, except instead of mating, they're adding people to the hive mind. So I think they're victims too. I really don't think there is a villain here, to be honest. I don't think there's a villain in this story, except for whoever sent that message, the RNA messages. Bill Chill said it's all perspective, protagonist and antagonist, tomato, tomato. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's Bill, that really sums it up well. It's all a matter of perspective. Who's the protagonist, who's the antagonist, who's the villain. It's and I think they want it to be ambiguous for sure. Um, Bill said because this show is philosophical/moral based, we, the viewers, are the baddies. Yeah. It's funny. Are we the baddies? Yeah, it is very philosophical and moral based. Yeah. Trace said, I'm barely on episode 3 and the show is amazing. Yeah, right? It really is. Grant said the drowning analog was dumb. It made zero sense. Well, I think it's meant to be philosophical. It's meant to be like it's meant to make us think like, oh, these people think that they're helping. They think that they're saving her. They think she's drowning by being outside of the hive, by being all alone. And, they view her as all alone and excluded from this wonderful, peaceful existence that they're living. So, yeah, I know it sounds dumb to us, but, you know, um, Bill said John Locke said, to escape the insecurity of the state of nature, people form civil societies through a social contract, giving up some freedom in exchange for the protection of their rights by a government. Um, exactly, yeah, the social contract concept. Yeah, exactly. That's what happens. But but yeah, he was very much an advocate to maintain as much personal freedom as possible. Um, oh, Scarlet there in the chat said the baddies is from that show, that Mitchell and Webb look. It is from the guys who did Peep Show, one of my favorite shows. She also said I didn't know this live was happening and I fell asleep.
Oh, we the baddies.
Yeah. Um, oh, okay. Oh, and Scarlet has been backstage, but my laptop doesn't. My laptop that I'm using right now doesn't have speakers that alert me when someone is backstage. And Carl fell off and is also backstage. So let me add both of you here.
It's Julie the baddie.
You need to see my milk cartons, Julie, before I fall back asleep. Isn't this a cute little cow? I found a milk cart with a connected dot, and it has a cow.
Oh, let me zoom in on it.
If there's anything
Yeah,
you
yeah.
need to see, it's that.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. I had to zoom in. Yeah, that's perfect. You found a perfect avatar as usual.
Yeah, Peep
That's
Show's one of my
great.
favorite shows. The two guys that did the Nazi skit about the baddies. Oh, should I say the N-word? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, it's all right. I've let it slip once in a while on the live too. We just have to be careful, try not
Yeah.
to say it if we remember not to say it, just because it can get stuff flagged and taken down sometimes. It's never happened to me, but
Well,
heard it.
I'm covering the TV show The Artist with Jamie on Sci-Fi Vision, and every episode of that show has effing in the title. And then there was a scene where everybody just called each other the C word, the female C word,
Oh, oh, geez.
and Jamie let us slip
Yeah.
a couple times, so I hope we don't get flagged.
Oh
Oh
no.
well,
Yeah.
everybody watch The Artist; it's great.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
Yeah,
Um,
it's kind of like a Gilded Age like murder mystery with Thomas Edison in it and Degas.
mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll definitely look into it. Although I can't cover anything else right now.
Yeah, I
I,
know.
Thomas Edison,
I know.
elephant murderer.
yeah, I'll look into it
Yeah, definitely, Carl.
as a viewer. I'll look into it
Mhm.
as a viewer anyway. See what it's about. See what it's like. But yeah, right now we're doing Welcome to Derry, this, and
Mm.
yeah, it's a lot
But
to
you're not
juggle.
going to do a recap tonight. We're just doing a short.
No, I'm going through. I'm definitely going to go through the episode.
Oh, okay,
So
because
we're
I thought you said you wanted it 30 minutes long.
no. It's going to be
Okay.
like
Okay.
what I was shooting for is like maybe 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Which I think is doable even with a recap and my uh, pared down 374 pictures instead of like 700 or 800. So
Okay. Okay. Because I didn't
I
hear
think
from you and I fell asleep. I didn't hear from you. I fell asleep to 10 p.m. You sent me an email at 10 10:30, and I just woke up and I'm all confused.
Yeah, that's how
I'm
things have been
confused.
lately. I just, yeah, sorry. I just never know when I'm gonna
Yeah,
be up to doing a live or not lately.
yeah,
So
yeah,
it's last minute, like, all right, I'm just gonna do it now, you know.
yeah.
Um,
I get it.
yeah. I'm not I'm really not even up to doing it, but I'm just diving in anyway.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be like getting up and walking around the house and talking at the same time. Um,
Were we going to
just
cover
to
the
get through it.
chapter in our book too, or just the episode?
Oh, to be honest, I've been so overwhelmed lately. I forgot to read it, so we'll have to do
Oh,
it
okay.
next week.
All right.
Next week.
Yeah.
Gotta just remember to read it this time. With Thanksgiving weekend, there was a lot going on too, so I just forgot. But
Yeah.
yeah, for those who don't know, Apple TV released some supporting material to go with the show, just like they did for Severance, and they released some excerpts from Carol's book that she wrote within the show. Um,
Mhm.
so you can get that if you have an Apple device, you can get it through the Apple website, but if you don't have one, there are other sources. So, and Scarlet found one, so I keep
Mhm.
forgetting. Once again, I also forgot to post that in the Discord, so I'll do
I
that so
posted
that
it in
people
Discord
can
like a
find
week
it.
ago.
Oh, good, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'll
That's for the people
look.
that don't have Apple stuff, because I know last time that was hard with the Severance, with the book from
Right,
Severance.
right.
This one is an
Okay.
audiobook, though. It's a shame. I wish the actress read the book.
Oh, that would be fun if they did,
And
if
there's
she
a
did.
discussion, like everybody's like coving it for hidden metaphors and stuff, so we could do that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because
so next week
there's
we'll
a
cover
theory
that.
that she's like a prophetess, like the stuff she's writing, you know, is
Right.
foreshadowing of the events that happen in the show. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard I saw a video that went into that a little bit about yeah, like somehow she's and even like her unpublished book, the like that parallels
Bitter chrysalis or whatever.
the bitter chrysalis parallels her in a way.
Yeah,
Um yeah, so we'll check that out and we'll dive into that next week with along with the episode breakdown.
I wish it was a chapter
Um
from Bitter Crystallis. That'd be even better.
that would be even better.
This was just about
Um
pirates, the pirates, and a female healer.
mhm.
You know,
um Samuel says, I think the signal slash hive mind was sent to Earth to preserve life on uh wait, to preserve life on Earth and in the universe, I'm guessing that should say. Humans were neutralized as a threat. I think that makes complete sense, Samuel. That's a great theory. Because like if you know, from a bird's eye view, if there was some higher power or other race in the universe looking at Earth, looking at humans from a distance and through some kind of high technology, and they could see humans destroying each other, constantly finding new ways to destroy each other, building worse, more devastating bombs and just horrific violence, just escalating and escalating. So maybe that's what it was for. Maybe the signal wasn't sent since before humans existed. I mean, they didn't know that for sure. That was just a speculation. Like they don't know how long the signal has been sent. Maybe it was sent during a time of great violence and some alien race was viewing Earth and seeing it as a threat to the universe and humans were neutralized. I think that's a really great conclusion to come to because the result is world peace. If
mhm.
everyone is part of the same consciousness, no one is going to hurt each other. Would you hurt yourself unless you're self-harming, I guess. You want to hurt yourself, like it would be akin to self-harm and in this peaceful state that they're in the hive mind, no one would want to self-harm anyway. So you get instant world peace. Boom, done. So, yeah.
So one would say that's superior then, like a superior race then.
Yeah. I mean, if you
That
look
would
at
be
it
the
from that
argument.
perspective, if you look at it from that perspective, it certainly is. But at what cost? There's you lose creativity, individuality, agency. Um, it's all gone. Like it's to me, it's as horrible as all the violence is in the world. It's just like it's not worth losing individuality. I think there are other ways to deal with the violence in the world other than just obliterating individuality. There are other things that could be done. Um, so it's not worth it to me. It's just not worth it. Grit said corporations sound just like the hive mind for the greater good. Yeah, they do. That's very true. They do. Um, yes, Trace, corporations only care about the bottom line. Um, absolutely right. Samuel said, look into the dark forest hypothesis and Fermi paradox if you like this show. Oh, I will do that. I just starred that comment so I can check back and look at that later.
Look at it later as well.
Cool. Let's see.
The Dark Forest. It's also a theme in Three Body Problem.
Oh, three. That's another Apple show, right? No, that's Netflix.
And that's Netflix.
Did you watch
That's
that, Carl?
Netflix.
Did you watch that one?
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I haven't seen it. Did you like it?
I liked it. Yeah.
I just listened to Philosophers in Space talk about it. There's a podcast called Philosophers in Space. I didn't have access to watch it at the time.
Right.
Okay, curious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to check it out. It's on my list to watch because it sounds like an interesting show. Doc said, "Can we make the Pluribus virus real to make things easier for Planet X to take over? Although our genomes are pretty similar to yours, and I never knew how to say this.
Venusians.
Venusians.
All you gotta do,
Yeah.
Doc, is start making this milk. Start churning out this milk. We don't know what the milk's made out of yet, but you know.
Yeah.
Could
The
be
milk's
people.
gone bad.
Could be babies, could be people, could be something else. I don't know. I feel like it's something else, but
milk was such a bad choice.
Yeah, exactly. San Diego
Yeah,
means vagina.
60% of the time, it works every time. Sorry, we're quoting like Anchorman.
You need to watch Anchorman.
What do you?
Yeah, we're quoting Anchorman.
I've seen Anchorman, but I didn't remember. I'm very bad at remembering quotes, but the only one I remembered was milk was a bad choice.
Okay, well there you go.
You eat that cat poop.
I'm very bad at remembering, like recognizing and quoting things, recognizing quotes and quoting things. I don't remember them.
Then I had to say San Diego means whale's vagina. I didn't have to bring that up. You already knew. I mean, didn't know that, but the milk thing.
Right. Anyway, Doc went on to say, we wiped out Venus, but some of them escaped to your planet 3 millennia ago. Oh.
Well, was Carol's relatives part of this?
We better be like watching out for some diner some diner owners with 3 eyeballs and
and the 3-armed dudes.
Yeah.
Well, he was from Mars. Is that where he was?
Yeah, he was from Mars, I think. One of the best Twilight Zone episodes was about a guy who had infiltrated. Well, we didn't know what it was about at the time, but it was about like an alien who had hidden himself among people, and they were trying to figure out which one of them was the alien. And in the end, there were 2 that were actually aliens, and one of them had been there for quite some time, and he was from Venus. He had been there for a long time and was waiting for his friends to show up and take over. And then there was a guy from Mars too. It's a classic. Anyway, hi with Alice. Nice to see you. The coyote ate the
Mm.
pets, I guess. Oh, the coyotes are probably decimating the pets who got released by those
Oh
idiots. Yeah.
yeah, they'll take a pick off a dog real easy. I lived in the Southwest.
Yeah. I couldn't tell if those were coyotes or wolves. I've
They
heard
say
some
they're
YouTubers
wolves.
calling them
It
wolves.
says wolves in the closed captioning. But they
Okay,
really do
okay.
look like coyotes, but the next closest relative is like the Mexican gray wolf, which is only slightly bigger. So they look really similar.
Yeah. They do look similar.
I would have
Hey
thought
Quan.
coyote. I would have totally thought coyote because coyotes live in cities and they like to go through garbage and would do that sort of thing, more than a wolf would.
Mhm.
I think wolves would be more shy
Hey
around
Quan,
people.
thanks for liking the stream. Um, uh, Thanks for liking the stream as always. The virus is the villain. Its job is to wipe us out as a species. There you go. I would get on board with that more than anything else. The virus and whoever sent it is the villain of the story for me. Uh, Grant said they killed nearly 1 billion people. They didn't though. The villain is pretty obvious. The hive mind as a collective is the villain. It's not that obvious though. It's the show is deliberately making it ambiguous. Um,
Mhm,
from the way that I'm interpreting the show, it to me, I think the show is trying to make it ambiguous. Um, they didn't kill with their own hands anybody.
mhm,
It was the process of spreading the virus
mhm,
in which people died, and they spread the virus because they have a biological imperative. It's like I look at it the same way as I look at animals mating. They are compelled to spread the virus, and as they spread the virus, all kinds of accidents happened because when you get the virus, you go into a seizure. And if people were driving at the time, because they were dumping, they were dumping it from airplanes and stuff.
mhm,
So if you got it while you were driving, then you're going to crash the car and die in a car accident. There were fires all over the city where we saw that happening during the joining. So that's how people died. It was not like they intended for it to happen. So
Essential.
I don't yeah, so I don't think it's the hive mind's fault. I think they're victims of whoever sent this virus. Um,
Mhm. But
but
plus,
obviously,
on their end of the debate would be like, yes, but now we've stopped crime and we've stopped all these other things, so eventually that would be, that amount of deaths would be evened out
right.
by their new
Yeah,
lifestyle in the hive.
that's true. Yeah. Um, Doc said, I don't think the coyotes were hive-minded, so I'm guessing the virus aims for the dominant species on the planet. Um,
So with the rat, it'd
yeah,
be like that's the rat's biological imperative to bite someone, not to become part of the hive mind itself.
right, right. Yeah, I don't, yeah, I don't think the animals are part of the hive mind at all. Yeah. I think it probably aims for like the higher intelligent species on the planet, so the humans.
Yeah. Unless there was like a rat
On
hive mind and like a wolf hive mind. It'd be crazy. And like every species would have a hive mind.
right. I know. Yeah, its own individual hive mind.
Yep.
Quan said the virus is the villain. It destroys intelligent life without the victim's permission. I agree with that. Bill says once Carol found out about her power with rage, anger, tantrum, it became her responsibility. Yeah, yeah. I think that once she found out about that, yeah, it does become her responsibility to keep her anger under control, and so that more of the hive-minded victims don't die, because they are victims. And she even referred to them as like the infected. Like she views them as people she needs to save, actually. And she was actually really upset that her outbursts had killed people, that like millions and millions of people. um so Samuel says humanity doomed themselves. They didn't have to. recreate the virus.
Well,
They
see, there's a debate on that though, because some people think the thing they sent through space is to keep like species in, like in check. Like once you get so violent as a species, the thing from space comes and makes you docile.
oh,
Like keep the universe in check so you don't end up blowing up each other or other planets with violence.
yeah, yeah. Um, which makes sense as a theory. That makes sense. Uh, they didn't have to, but like, I don't think that humanity did doom ourselves in that, on the show, in that, like, they did have to recreate the virus. Once the virus got, well, I mean, they didn't have to put it in an animal. That's
Mhm.
where they did something stupid. So if you're talking about that, yeah, like they should not have taken that RNA sequence and put it in an animal. That was idiotic. They shouldn't have done it. And that's totally something scientists would do if given the opportunity. If some suspicious RNA sequence was sent here from outer space, you damn well know
Mhm.
they
Oh
would
yeah.
recreate it and they'd put it in an animal, and then it would jump to humans, and God
Mhm.
knows what would happen to us.
Well, I mean, they probably try to make it a weapon, you know, eventually.
Oh yeah,
It's a great weapon.
they'd probably, yeah, they if they could if they found out what it was, they'd
Mhm.
probably try to see if they could weaponize it for sure.
Yeah, you could send it
That's
over, isolate it to another country, get them to be all docile. They don't want to kill anything. Then you just move in.
right, right. Yeah. Uh, so anyway, Quan says even though whales and elephants are very
Mhm.
intelligent, they don't seem to be infected. Um, Yeah, so I think maybe it aims for like the most intelligent of the, higher order species, which is the human race.
It could be just like and maybe it's primates. I don't know. I haven't seen any
Maybe
other
it's
primates.
yeah. Maybe, other animals like rats can be carriers for it, but it can't
Mm,
actually implant itself into their RNA. It's designed for human RNA
yeah,
only.
yeah. I could see that.
Yeah. Samuel said 1 billion people didn't have to die. They could have taken over with little to no deaths if the military didn't discover them. Um,
The
yeah,
military
that's
fault.
true. That's true. Um, so, yeah, so you could make the argument that that's where the hive mind became more villainous because they escalated the rollout of the virus. But I think that was just again part of their biological imperative. As the military discovered them, they escalated their operations. They were compelled to do it. Like they didn't have a choice. That's what I think. Um, so yeah, again, I don't think it was like I don't think there's anything malicious about the hive mind. I think that they just can't help um what they're doing anymore. They don't have any free will anymore. They've lost their free will and their individuality. They're forced to just, you know, like what is their reason for living now? Just to add everyone to the hive mind, and I wonder then what? Like what is exactly the point of their lives after this? Like say they add all the immune people to the hive mind, then what do they do? Well, what exactly do they do? They just, get in a big giant circle, robbing around the whole globe and sing kumbaya, and which
Hands
means
across
world peace,
America.
and just live in paradise. Like I don't
It
know.
sounds a lot like the movie
Um,
Us, where they're all like holding hands across the.
yeah. Um, yes. That's what I'm picturing, right? Like the Coca-Cola commercial
Well,
from the 70s.
I would
Uh,
assume that they wouldn't like unless they can find a way to organically farm without having to kill pests because they don't want to kill anything. That they're going to eventually slowly starve to death unless they do something like eat each other, like Soylent Green it, or you know, or if
Yeah.
they, can survive some other way, or else, I mean, there are theories that the hive mind's going to starve until like only Carol's left, and Carol's going to be the keeper of the hive mind, because they only really need one for the hive mind.
Mhm. Um, uh, that's true. They only need one, so it doesn't really
Mm-hmm.
matter how many are left in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Out of many, e pluribus unum means out of many one, so they could
Mm-hmm.
literally go from many to one in the end. And like,
Mm-hmm.
there's a one in the logo for pluribus instead of an I. There's a
Yeah,
one,
there
so
is.
that's a theory that's in the end they're just gonna be left with one person, or that's the end goal, or they
Mm-hmm.
don't care if it's all if they're just left with one person in the end,
Mm-hmm.
because like they're gonna die in large numbers, and because they're gonna run out of food, and all of their consciousness will be in whoever's left, and it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't really matter how
Yep.
many of them there are. um Maybe it doesn't matter to them. Quan says the virus affected the rats though and put them to sleep like the humans. So is that all mammals? Um, I don't think, maybe it didn't affect the rats as it affected us though. Maybe it was just the rat was just a carrier and it affected it in a different way. Maybe it was compelled to bite and spread the
Yeah.
virus as a
Or
carrier,
or or
but it
it was compelled to play dead, so the lab person would pay attention to it.
yeah,
So
exactly.
it had
So
a
I
chance
think
to bite
maybe
her.
So exactly. So I think maybe it was compelled to spread the virus, and
Hmm.
even going so far as to play dead in order to get the
Yeah.
lab tech's attention. Uh,
Hmm.
get the Even to go so far as to get the lab tech's attention by playing dead and then biting her. Um, I think this is really distracting. Um, sorry.
It's okay.
Um, uh. So I think it probably has a biological imperative to spread, like as a carrier, to spread the virus around,
Mhm.
but but because I think that the virus is probably designed to attach to human RNA, it doesn't get into their actual, like, it doesn't affect the rats in the same way as in terms of a hive mind. So I'm no scientist, but maybe it doesn't get into their RNA and fundamentally change them to that extent, and combine their consciousness. So that's what I'm thinking anyway. Uh, Juan also said the coyotes, if they're hive mind, they're very aggressive towards Carol, so I don't think they're hive minded. Um, yeah. I don't think they are either. Um, and they don't act in perfect coordination either. They don't like move at the same time in the same way. The Gilded Age was well filmed and the costumes looked great, but I fell off after a couple of episodes. Okay. Um, let's see. Samuel said, I think animals can be carriers of the virus, but that's exactly what I said. Yes. I agree, Samuel. But they're unaffected by it, not intelligent enough. That explains why the rat bit someone. The humans avoid harming people. That's true, yeah. They don't harm anyone. Like they don't actually cause physical harm. Quan said, that's what I think too, but let's be realistic. Whales and elephants are probably more intelligent than us. Oh. Interesting. Interesting take. Yes, definitely the hive mind is not let's see, make animals less aggressive. Okay. Bill says, how did the rat bite start the spread if only humans are part of the hive mind? Well, I think I said my opinion on that
Yeah.
just a moment ago. Um, Grant said Carol is the bitter chrysalis. Yeah, she's bitter and she is between forms. Yeah, she is. She is the bitter chrysalis. Just like her book title. Quan says the rat was a carrier. It was affected, hence it went to sleep, but the humans are controlled by the hive mind. Yes, that's exactly what I think. Basically, anything that can make nukes gets hive minded. LOL. Yeah,
Yeah. Hmm.
yeah. The coyotes aren't. Bill said the animals may all be in a comatose slash sleep state. Quan said the coyotes aren't, though. Yeah, the coyotes are certainly out and about. Um, Doc says, oh, I lost my place. Does anyone else have a cat who has to know what wait, everything in a bag is if a new bag is brought in? Yes.
Yes. Yes, Doc.
I have to take the items out and show her, or she will look through the bags. Oh
My
yeah.
cat will stick her head in the bag. Like even if there's blueberries or something she won't be interested in. She just sticks her head right in there.
Yeah.
She's got to
Um,
investigate all the bags.
Bill Bill says wild versus domesticated, maybe. Exposure.
Mhm.
Um, Quan, the show does not really care about animals, obviously, except for the coyotes in that one scene. The show's not focused on those minuscule things. It's about the humans. But where are all the animals? Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of them,
Well,
honestly.
there's that giraffe that the one lady said, shoo to or whatever.
Yeah,
Like you go,
that's
shoo,
right.
shoo.
Yeah, yeah. She said after they let all the animals out of the zoo, there was a giraffe right outside at her like her place eating her plants, and she said shoo shoo, but it didn't leave or something.
That's got to be the like a Last of Us reference that they're trying to throw in
Oh
there.
yeah.
Instead of
Yeah,
looking at
yeah,
the giraffes and being beautiful like in The Last of Us, it's like shoo shoo, go away. Kind of.
yeah, right. Uh-huh. Hi, Amy. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Um, I was filling out my info to send to my disability lawyer. Well, good luck with that, Amy. I hope that goes well. Uh, Definitely recommend, from what I know about disability, using a lawyer. So very good move. And I know that's a really difficult process to get through. So hang in there. It's very frustrating. I've known a lot of people who've dealt with it. Um, let's see. She said the drone in the tree was so funny on this show. Yeah, it was. It was. We'll break down the episode and get into that in a bit. Just try to catch up with you guys in the chat. You're writing such great stuff, and I want to catch up with the chat before getting into the breakdown here. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Oh God. I hope
Yikes.
not, Amy. Um, Grant said this show is a continuation of a Twilight episode. Like a Twilight Zone episode, or was there a Twilight series? I only know of Twilight movies and the Twilight Zone series.
I don't think they mean the Twilight
Uh,
movie. Grant means the Twilight movies. I think he means that thing that like Poggy was talking about in that theory video. You know what?
yeah, it must. Oh, yeah. So he was talking about the Twilight Zone
Yeah,
episode. Yeah,
third for the sun.
yeah, yeah. I think that's a really interesting theory. I don't know if it's a direct sequel to it, like an official sequel to that specific
Yeah,
episode, but they definitely made shout outs to that episode with
yeah.
Carol's name
Mhm.
um and I think there are strong connections and theories to possibly be made from that. The theory that Poggy put out it has some holes in it though.
Yeah,
Um it does have some holes in it in terms of the logistics of how that would work. Like one of the things he said was that all of the immune people are descendants of the alien race who came to Earth in that Twilight Zone episode, and that's why they're immune because they're an alien race who just look human, which is a great theory, except all the immune are from countries all over the world, and it's like, okay, how are they all descendants of the same group of aliens who came in the 1960s if they're spread out all over the world, from different countries, different races, ethnicities. That's the part that has some holes in it, but maybe if I could get on board with it if they're just saying like Carol herself is a descendant of that alien guy from that other planet. That would be cool. Um, maybe that could be why there's something different about Carol. Well, we don't know for sure, but it seems that maybe Carol may have more of an impact on the hive mind than the others. Uh, we
Mhm.
like we don't know if the others can fly into a rage and make the hive mind all like have seizures and have some and like make some of them die. Um, if Carol's the only one who can do that, and she has unique abilities and unique powers and ways of influencing the hive mind, maybe she is a descendant of the aliens who came to Earth from that Twilight Zone episode. Um, that's a theory that I could get on board with. Let's see. Bill said coyotes. Those were definitely in that episode. Yes. Um, I see coyotes on the golf course all the time. Those were coyotes. Wolves are huge. Yeah, they looked more
And
like
these wolves are
coyotes
pretty
to me.
small. Yeah, like Mexican wolves are pretty small. It did say wolves in closed captioning. Somebody brought that to my attention. Closed captioning be
Okay.
what it is. I mean, in my own personal opinion, they look like coyotes because I've had experience with coyotes, but they could also be little small Mexican gray wolves too. Little wolves, small wolves.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, about the same either way.
Right. Doc said a YouTuber called the show Mega Karen versus Woke Commie Space Vegans. That's great.
They should
But
make
I
a
guess
movie. There should be a movie that's called that, Doc. Can you make a movie called that? And I'll star
that's
in it.
that's that actually sums up the show really well. He said, but I guess they might not actually be vegans, they're freegans. Oh man. Mega Karen, yep, that's about right. And they are very kind of communist like. It's all like a big commune now. Nobody owns anything anymore, and no one has private property anymore. From the sound of it, it's like nobody cares about any of that stuff. They mentioned they referred to what used to be private homes, so they don't have private homes anymore. So yeah, they are kind of like commie vegans. Um, Quan said real wolves would have broke down Carol's door and ate her. Uh,
Yeah, I understand that. That's why people think it's coyotes because I mean I didn't know how small they were. I did a little research how small those Mexican wolves are.
yeah.
They're tiny wolves.
Um, Wolves don't know mercy. You can scare away a coyote. You cannot a wolf. Hmm.
We can
Okay.
scare away wolves. Wolves are actually pretty shy around humans.
Amy says, I think the hive mind, from what I saw in that episode, is uh that they're wait. I think the hive mind, from what I saw in that episode, is that they're drinking people in milk jugs. Yeah, that's what it does appear to be, Amy.
I
That's what I think.
I really hope it isn't that. I mean, she recoiled in horror when she took that like plastic wrap off, but I'm hoping it's something that isn't tropey.
I know it seems like a little too tropey, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It it does. But those from a distance, they did go out of their way to not show us what it
Mm-hmm.
was, and we only got a quick glimpse of the things on the shelves, the bags, from a distance with which she's shown her light on them in a very dark room, and it looked from a distance like body bags, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe it won't be that. Who knows? That we have yet to get a confirmation on that, of course. Um, Quan said the virus works that if you're intelligent enough to figure it out, then you get hive minded. Hey, that makes sense to me. Grant said the virus could have been mutated by the rat's simplified brain, and it's not doing what it's supposed to. Yeah, Maybe. I never thought of that, but that could be. Samuel said, I may or may not like the hive mind depending on what their ultimate goal is. Yeah, I can understand that. There are some positive things that have come from the hive mind. It's ambiguous for sure. Bill Chill says, prediction, Zosha or Manny will be the hero or heroes. I can see that. Manny is the Paraguay guy. I could totally see Manny being the hero. I don't know about Zosha, but you never know. Maybe if they can unhive her, which
Yeah.
I do think is going to be possible if they can unhive some of these people. Zosha
If she almost
maybe,
dies so many times that she get unhived.
yeah, that will unhive her.
Yeah.
We need to make that a verb on the show. Talking about the show, I'm gonna use that. Because I think that that's something, I think that that's possible, that they
Mhm.
could potentially break some people out of the hive mind. They could figure out a way um, to cure some people.
Mhm.
And that would help with the narrow focus of this show because it's
Yeah.
just too narrow right now, and we need more people other than just Carol and Manny who are going to be useful characters.
Yeah, and if they
Uh,
don't cure it, at least maybe make the virus like less. You know what I mean, like unhiving them, giving them something that makes the symptoms go away a little bit, so they come out, even if they go back in,
yeah, yeah,
something like
I
that.
could see that. The Quan said the virus's final mission is to wipe out humanity. Yeah, I believe that. I absolutely believe that. Um, Please help Amy to reach 50 subs. Yeah, click on this link here that I've highlighted. It's a little further up in the chat now, but it was 12:47 a.m. Eastern when Dieter posted this. Help Amy to reach 50 subs. She's launching a channel, and you have to get 50 subs to start going live. So let's help Amy out with that. Um, she said when I can, so she's gonna start uploading content. And she's not sure what it'll be other than video games at the moment. So she's gonna do some gaming stuff. Um, so yeah, like, and Amy is an awesome person, and I know whatever she's gonna make is gonna be definitely worth watching and a lot of fun. So let's help out our friend Amy and help her get to that first threshold of 50 subs. Um, let's see. Dieter says the word pluribus is Latin. It means many of many or from many. Yes, it does. That's right. It's a reference to the Latin phrase e pluribus unum, which translates to out of many one. Historically the phrase has historically symbolized unity, the idea of many individuals forming one whole. Yeah, it's a slogan that America has used, and it's on some of our currency. Um, Samuel says, I
Money,
don't think
yeah.
they'll bump into, huh? What was that?
Oh, I was
Okay.
disagreeing with you on what you said last. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. Samuel said, I don't think they'll bump into that issue. They're intelligent and efficient enough to find solutions to those problems. Um, like Doc here says, StreamYard is expensive. Yes, it is. StreamYard plus my Canva, which I use to make thumbnails, adds up to a lot of money every month. Right now I'm taking in I mean I'm paying out $60 a month without getting any income from YouTube because I'm not monetized, which puts me in the hole every month. So any donations of any amount are always much appreciated. It doesn't matter how small because it really adds up. So the donation methods are on the ticker at the bottom of the video here and in the description of the video too, if anyone is so inclined. Um, and Amy says, I've been working on my disability and obsessiveness with making my intro video. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but I know you can do this. It's not easy being an obsessive person and having a channel. I know that. Being one of those people myself, having I'm also disabled and obsessive, and so I completely empathize with you. But I'm sure you can get it done, and you don't even have to have an intro video to start. If you're stuck on that, skip it for now. I didn't have an intro video until like s- at least 6 months after. It was more than 6 months after I started my channel. So if that's what's holding you up, I would recommend you just skip it and just jump in. That would be my advice. For what it's worth, because people. I know people hype up stuff like intro videos, like it's so important, and you see people's intro videos looking really cool, and I felt like I needed one. Um, and I felt like I was doing something wrong by streaming without an intro video. And to be honest though, I realized it doesn't matter that much. People are here to see your content. And intro videos are something that eventually, once they're used to seeing it over and over again, they just kind of tune out and don't pay that much attention to anymore, in most cases. And that's not what they're here for. They're here for you. They're here for your content. So you know, I've seen people with extremely flashy, fancy, highly well edited intro videos that are slick and tech savvy, and no one is watching their content. It's like it's because, that's not what people are there for. You can make a tech savvy, slick intro video, and it doesn't that's not what's going to matter. That's not what's going to matter at the end of the day. What's going to matter is you, and people are going to want to watch what you're putting out, Amy, no matter what kind of intro video you have, trust me. um Dieter says, in the show's story, nearly all of humanity becomes connected into a collective. Oh, okay, he's continuing to summarize the pluribus thing. A hive mind or shared consciousness after a mysterious global event. So Pluribus reflects that transformation, many people becoming one. Yes. And let's see. Streamlabs is free. I've never heard of Streamlabs, but I'm going to star this and look into that because StreamYard is just getting to be too much for me right now. Um, Doc said it would be funny if there are some species of animal in the hive mind. It would be funny. You're welcome,
Dolphins.
Amy. Dolphins. You're welcome, Amy. Sending hugs to you. Yes. Yeah, it is a great hypothesis, Quan, the Twilight Zone theory. It just needs some tweaking. It just needs some
Mhm.
tweaking, the Poggy version, because it has those holes in it like some of the ones I mentioned. Yes, Amy, I know creating a fully AI intro is hard because AI never wants to listen, right? So you could just put off the intro and continue working on it while you just launched your channel. You could totally
Yeah.
do that. Um, that's what I did because I don't know how to make an AI intro, and it's thanks to Grant that I have one now. Um, Quan said, I don't sense any holes at all. Those humanoids have different races, and nobody is above the age of being born after 1965. But there is someone who's above that age. They said that there was an immune person who was like 89 years old.
Mm.
So that's too old. So that's a hole right there. Um, and the people who came to Earth on that spaceship, I've got to look back at the episode, but I thought that they were all Caucasian. And you got people from countries I've never even heard of who are part of this immune group. Um, so I just don't. It just doesn't make any sense to me. They're literally from they're from multiple countries all around the world. So I don't know. I just don't think they could all be descendants. They'd all have to be descendants of those aliens on that spaceship who all looked really Caucasian to me. And they were all from the same place, the same area. But yeah, they looked very white. But anyway, but there are other ways to make other aspects of that theory work, even if that's the case. Let's see. Amy said I would have laughed and asked them to drone off the coyotes, then laugh as the drone starts falling. Oh man, we're already an hour and 40 minutes into this. I better
Yeah.
and I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to do
We
2
can talk
hours.
about the passive aggressiveness of the hive mind later on here.
We haven't even started breaking down the episode, and I was like trying to impose a limit of 2 to 2.5 hours.
Well,
Well,
good
I'll get up
cracking.
and start walking. I'll get up and start walking. That might help. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be walking around the house. I'll switch devices so that I can walk because my pain is getting a lot worse. And then we'll catch up with the chat and break down the episode. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to switch to my phone. Amy said, oh, hold on. Okay.
Oh, you're doubled.
Okay, it's 2 of me. Hold on.
Double your pleasure, double your fun.
I got to get one of me out of here.
Who's in the Twilight Zone now? It's you.
Okay.
The Twilight Zone.
I think I'm good now. Let me see. Okay. Amy said we had a dog growing up. That was a dog that was part of the coyote pack. Her name was Wolfie. She had a blue tongue. Oh wow. Quan, you know they're drinking humans. Yeah, I think they are.
I
I
don't
don't,
want them to be drinking humans.
I don't either, but it's very dark. But I think they are for a purely utilitarian purpose. But I think they are.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Well, it's
Umbra.
true. They don't have to kill anyone.
That's right. Exactly. Hey, Umbra. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving weekend. Phil said at the end of the episode, Carol saw tiny people. She gasped. Solar opposites. Doc said, I like the idea that we somehow messed up the RNA. Yeah, I could see that. Let's see. Umbra said 100% there will be a cure to unhive them at some point. Yeah, I definitely think there will be. They need that to be the case, to have this show, to give this show like legs, to give it momentum and longevity. So I really think
They want it to go for 3 seasons. They have to.
they have to. They have to. We need more people to work with other than just Carol and Manny versus the Hive.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Let's see. Oh, Carl, thanks for dropping Umbra's link. Check out Infinite Umbra's channel, an awesome channel where he covers shows and other kinds of things. I think he also does gaming stuff. He does a variety of things. So yeah, definitely check out his channel, Umbra. Yeah, I would. Let me see. Oh, I think did I? Oh, I thought I didn't highlight it. I was gonna say I'd highlight it, but I'm on my phone. But I think I actually did. I figured out how to do it on my phone. Juan said, "Of course they have to be unhived. That's the point of the show." Yeah, I think so too. Samuel said, "I prefer my hive mind milk theory versus the Soylent Green theory." Ah,
What's your
okay,
hive mind
yeah.
milk theory? What's your theory? Let us know.
Yeah. Yeah, Samuel, elaborate on that a little bit because he mentioned that earlier and I didn't quite understand. Maybe it's just my pain making it difficult for me to absorb it, or also the short character limit on YouTube. But Samuel, remind us what your alternative hive mind milk idea is versus the Soylent Green theory. Real Cinema Lori says, just popping in to say hi. I can't stay long. Nice to see you. Check out her channel too. Check out Real Cinema Therapy's channel. She's killing it. She's doing an amazing job covering this show. I'm so impressed with how well you're doing, Lori, if you're still listening. And you know, it's awesome to see someone striking out with their own channel from my community and doing an amazing job with really insightful points about these very thought-provoking series and doing a great job. I see like your views are going up. So and that's not easy to do. That's very hard to be breaking into algorithms enough to get your views up. Especially like your view count versus like your sub ratio, like the ratio of your views to your subs is excellent. It's excellent. Like to have that many views versus the number of subs you have is phenomenal. So you're really doing an amazing job and growing your channel, and I'm proud of you. So in fact, let me just really quick put her channel up here because I just want to show you guys what Lori's been doing over here on her channel. She's got so she's got theories and episode reviews. This is unbelievable. 5.6K views on this episode 4 review, and she has 1.08K subs. Okay, that's by the way, that's phenomenal. I didn't realize that you went over 1K subs. Congrats on that milestone. That's amazing.
You should have had a party.
Yeah, but the fact, like,
Sorry.
so she hit, so like she may have hit the threshold for monetization. I'm not sure. It depends on also her number of view hours, but like the fact that she's got 5.6K views when she only has, I mean, and when I say only, I mean 5.6K views versus 1.08 subs. Like that means you've got over 5 times the views as you have subs on that video, and that's fantastic. That means you're doing something right. You're getting into the algorithm, you're getting people to watch the videos, and that's half the battle. And then the sub count is going up too. The sub count always takes longer to go up. Just because you get a few thousand views on a video doesn't mean all of a sudden you're gonna have a few thousand subs. I wish it were that easy. I wish,
well,
like
I've had not everybody. Sorry, not everybody that watches YouTube has an account. That's the thing,
right? And a lot of people just don't bother to subscribe. They just don't hit the subscribe button, even though it's free and it's right there. And you know, so I've had videos go over 1,000 views many times. The most I've ever had was like 9 point something K views on a video. And look at me, I have 1.93K subs, you know, like that. I think I got almost 10K subs on a video a year ago, and I'm still under 2K subs. So it's much harder to get people to actually click the subscribe button versus viewing the video. But the fact that you've got, so like the fact that you're getting that many views when you have, you know, 1K subs is amazing. That's fantastic. So keep at it. Keep plugging away and doing the work.
She has a really good. Lori has a really good angle too because she's a therapist, so she has this really good angle to deal with shows like Pluribus. A very good angle.
See, look at the growth here. Episode 1 review, she had 371 views. Episode 2, she has 531. Episode 3, she has 2.1K views. Look at that. Look how it grew. And then episode 4,
Yeah.
5.6K. She's grown exponentially
Nice.
in her views on
Yeah.
this show, on her coverage of this show and how many views it's getting. So that shows that she's doing something right. She's putting out content that is engaging people, and she's breaking into the algorithm. So great job, Lori. You're doing amazing. Keep at it. Keep at the hard work. It's not easy. I haven't been up to keeping at the grind myself these days lately. So I'm kind of just, hovering at the status quo right now. And my channel hasn't been growing for a while because I'm trying to focus on my self-care and getting my pain under control and not focusing on growing the channel. But I'm going to try to get back into series videos, especially on this show, on Pluribus, because this is such a thought-provoking show. I think it give me the motivation I need to at least make time for some theory videos for this. No matter how much pain I'm in, just get some, even if it's some shorter videos than what I usually do, just get something out there. I'm going to try. Lori's inspired me to try. like that's amazing. That's phenomenal. She says I've inspired her. She's inspiring me to get back at the grind, seeing how amazing she's doing right there. And Dieter put her channel in the chat there, so you guys can check it out and subscribe. And then let's see, just scrolling through, trying to catch up with you guys here. Oh, what the hell? There was a Black Friday deal for StreamYard. I wonder, it's probably just for new customers, I would think. So I probably didn't miss out on much anyway. Bill Chill said the show should have been called Singulus. Yeah, because it's basically Carol all alone. Umbra said Pluribus being tied to America's original 13 colonies, which the show eventually informed us there were 13 survivors of the virus. Oh, that's interesting, Umbra. I hadn't heard of that theory.
Yeah, that's a good spot.
Yeah. Interesting.
Also 13 people in the Last Supper.
Huh?
As it wasn't already 13 people in the Last Supper as well.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, 13 is a very significant number. So sure that was no accident that they picked that. Anyway, and I think, let's see. Amy said, makes me think of the 13 colonies in the Hunger Games. Yeah, great point. What else? I think Dieter dropped the link to Amy's channel too. Yeah, there it is. There's Amy's channel. We can help Amy try to get to that first what do you call it? First milestone of 50 subs. Okay. Phil says the hive mind welcomes and includes bees and ants. Well, that would definitely fit in with the way they do things, right? Hey, Martin. Good morning and good evening, everyone. Good morning to you, Martin. Nice to see you. And Martin has a channel too. Martin, feel free to drop your link to your channel if you haven't already. I'm not caught up with the chat, but drop the link to your channel, Martin. Martin has a new gaming channel himself. So make sure you share that so we can help Martin get to that 50 sub benchmark if he's not there already. So he can start live streaming. I don't know if he's there yet. I forget. Excuse me with my lousy memory. Umbra says, Julie, there's also a site called Evmux that I believe is free that is somewhat similar to StreamYard that a buddy of mine uses for his podcast that I was a co-panelist of, that may work for you. Thank you, Umbra. I really need to do something about this cost of StreamYard. It's bothering me how much I'm spending on this every month. If I were making money on this channel, that would be different, but I'm not making any money. So, as much as I love doing this, it's just I don't have much money and it's bothering me. If I could at least break even, then it would be fine to me, but to be in the hole every month, to not even be breaking even, it really bothers me. So I'm going to look into some free options, and suggestions are appreciated. I know OBS is great and has lots of features that StreamYard doesn't have, but it's also extremely complicated and not user friendly, and I am not tech savvy at all. So that's why I haven't tried OBS. Martin, yes, definitely deep diving into Stranger Things. I just have to figure out what night we're going to fit that in. So right now we have a pretty busy schedule on the channel, but I definitely want to fit that in one night this week. And I'll make an announcement on my YouTube community posts and in Discord, and I'll tag everybody when I have that. So if you're curious about that, anybody listening, if you want to check out a Stranger Things live, just keep an eye on my Discord notifications, because I'll tag everybody when I make a decision on which night it's going to be this week. Maybe Thursday, if I can manage it, but that's always subject to change. It could be Thursday night, like around 10 p.m. Eastern, but if my pain spikes out of control, then that may wind up getting postponed. So for now, I'm going to say probably Thursday. That's what I'll say for now. But I'll make an announcement on Discord and in community posts when it's official. Because I definitely want to talk about Stranger Things. It's gonna be more of a casual thing, not as obsessive as we usually are deep diving, because we have 4 episodes to talk about, and they're very long. One of them is an hour and a half, roughly. So obviously we can't go into as much detail as we normally would with Stranger Things, but I definitely would like to deep dive into it as much as we can. And I want to do weekly lives until the series finale, which is going to be, I think, New Year's Eve. So starting this week, I want to do weekly lives for Stranger Things. And Christmas, on Christmas, they're going to drop the next batch of episodes. So then we could do weekly lives talking about the first 4 if people are interested enough. And then after Christmas, we'll talk about the next group for the next, whatever time there is until New Year's. And then that'll be it. We'll do one after New Year's. Anyway, that's the plan for now. Quan said, occasion looking alien has a baby with one of those brown people, and you have a brown baby. Oh, you mean a Caucasian looking alien as a baby with one of those brown people, and you have a brown baby? Yeah, I guess that could be. I guess I figured, I don't know. I guess in my mind, I figured it would take a couple more generations for these people to look that brown. Like, they look like they're 100% brown. But because 1960 whatever wasn't that long ago. So I don't know. I just figured they'd look more mixed if they've already, if they've already had babies with mixed people, with other races. And why are they scattered all over the world like this? Maybe they deliberately chose to separate? You'd think they would have stayed together, this group of people from the spaceship in the episode from the Twilight Zone. For those who aren't familiar with it, the episode of the Twilight Zone is about a group of aliens who leave their planet because it's about to be destroyed by, I guess, probably nuclear weapons of some sort, and they head for Earth as their new home. So I don't know. Why would they separate once they got to Earth? Like, it brings up a lot of questions for me. The theory that people have, that Poggy put out, and that people have been jumping off on and coming up with their own versions of is that the immune people, they're all descendants of those aliens, and that's why they're immune to this virus. That they're all descendants of those aliens, and Carol has the same last name as the main character from that episode of The Twilight Zone. So that's definitely food for thought, for sure. That maybe she's his, descendant. Absolutely. So it could be. Maybe they just mixed with people. Umbra said them giving Carol the cold shoulder was hilarious and well deserved. Yeah, it definitely was. It really was. I hope the audio on my voice is okay here. I hope it's coming through okay, because I'm on my phone at the moment. So just, let me know in the chat if there are any issues with it. But yeah, like Umbra said, them giving Carol the cold shoulder, it it was really funny. I wasn't expecting that they'd ever just leave, because they've been so tolerant of all the abuse Carol has hurled at them. So yeah, I never expected that they would just abandon her like that. But they did it in a very pleasant way, of course. Like, we just need space. But we'll get into the breakdown in a minute, and we'll discuss our thoughts on that. Scarlet is back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. Let me see. Trying to catch back up quickly here. Maybe I'll just Hive Mind is giving Carol the silent treatment, Samuel. The Hive needed
not
space,
you, it's
like it
us.
was. Yeah. Bill said the Hive needed space, like it was dating Carol. It was very much like it's not you, it's us. Yeah, it was like a breakup, and Carol was that needy ex who couldn't stop calling them. That was funny. Fawn said Hive Mind is scared of Carol. Yeah, I think they are at this point. I really think they are. Let's see. Or Carol hijacks the Hive Mind and becomes the queen. Yeah, Samuel, I think that essentially she is kind of already like the queen in a way. I mean, you could say she's like the queen because they do whatever she asks. Now they're a little bit slower to do what she asks, but they still do it. They want to please her. So they're kind of like the worker bees obeying their queen already. But maybe she could somehow hijack it and become their queen for real and really make them do anything. You never know. You're welcome, Lori. I don't know if she's still listening because she had to go, but you're welcome. And let's see. Martin said, my last 2 shorts blew up too. Congrats, Martin. Really glad to hear it. That's so awesome. It's so cool seeing members of this community doing so well and launching channels like this. Really proud to see that, and just to see, like, yeah, like just kind of spreading your wings and still being here. I hope we don't lose you guys, but to see you, doing your own lives is cool too, and making your own videos. Let's see. Martin is working on more content. That's so cool. I wish I had seen this in real time. Lori said, Julie, you inspired me. That really means a lot to me. That really means a lot. Thank you, Lori. And because I feel like I'm no good to anybody, like not even myself in the condition I'm in with my pain. So the idea that I could inspire anyone really means a lot. So thank you so much for saying that. Lady Amano says hi. Hi, Lady Amano. Nice to see you. It was cool to see new names in the chat, and this one is semi-new because I think I've seen you in the chat before, but not that many times, just recently. Let's see. Umbra said, can you activate memberships yet? That would be a good way to gain funding for things for the channel. No, actually, I can't. I can't, Umbra, unfortunately. So yeah, I can't monetize for multiple reasons. So yeah, I'm dependent on just regular old donations. But I've got to say though, you know, for people who want to support the channel, like memberships are great for people who have those, and you should definitely, you know, support channels who have memberships available. But if they don't, if channels have a way to let you donate via another way, it's actually better for the content creator because YouTube takes 30% of everything. YouTube takes a big cut. YouTube takes 30% of the super chats. And as far as memberships, I'm not sure what kind of a cut YouTube takes, but I definitely don't think all the money goes to the content creators for that either. So anytime you see content creators offering alternative ways to support them, I highly recommend doing it. Like when people have Patreons, that's something I'm probably going to do, is Patreon. Patreon is a great way to support content creators that doesn't let YouTube take a giant cut. And it's a way for people who aren't really meeting the threshold for YouTube monetization to get compensation for their work on here. So I'm going to try Patreon, but in the meantime, I have Cashapp and I have Venmo and Buy Me a Coffee, which is something even international people can use. I think Cashapp and Venmo are still just US, unfortunately, but all that stuff is in the description of the video and in the little ticker on the bottom of the screen. All that information. Anyway, sound is great, Julie. Okay, good. I'm glad, Dieter. Umbra said OBS can be annoying, but it's worthwhile to look into. I agree with Martin. I use it for my podcast. Oh, okay. And Martin said, I promise you, Julie, OBS just looks and sounds complicated. I've just got to manually put in the sources to start it off, and it only takes like 5 minutes at the most. Oh, well, you know, maybe it's not as bad as I think, and I need to just give it a shot. Enlist Carl's help with it if I don't have the mental bandwidth at any given time, you know, just to get me started. So yeah, you guys have inspired me to try because I've had it with forking over all this money to StreamYard every month. I'm telling you, it's obscene. They charge $45 a month for StreamYard, and it's not even that great in terms of software. It's really not. It's not worth that much. No, and there are tons of videos to help you set it up too. Well, Umbra, I'm going to look that up. Thank you for that info. And good night, belated good night to Lori. She said, nice seeing all of you. Thanks, Julie, Scarlet Panda, for your kind words. Oh, you're so welcome. See you soon. And keep at it. Keep at the grind. You're doing amazing. So proud of you. Martin posted the link to his channel right there. His new gaming channel, mainly posting shorts at the moment. And you are welcome, Martin, anytime. Messy Marty. I love that name. That's great. Let's see. What else is here? Martin said, Julie, you've definitely inspired me also. Aw. I inspire to have a great and loving community like yours one day. Oh, that's really, that really means a lot. Thank you. Gaming is very competitive, so I don't see that happening for a while. LMAO. Yeah, I bet maybe that's a more toxic space, a toxic fan base. But that means a lot. I wanted to build a loving community here, and I mean, I can't take credit for that. I was hoping that would happen, but I couldn't. I can't take credit for the behavior of lovely, wonderful people like you in the chat right now. That's all you guys, and I tried to model the kind of behavior I wanted to see. That's all I could do. But I mean, but you guys are wonderful, loving, and kind folks who uplift each other, and all on your own. I see you supporting each other in the chat when somebody has a problem, and I just love to see that. That's what I wanted. I wanted to see a support system building here, and it's not just about TV shows. We can take a moment, take time away from whatever it is we're supposed to be talking about. If someone has a problem, I want to hear about it. I want to hear what you're going through so we can offer our support. And I see you guys doing that all on your own. That's amazing. So that's what I wanted to see. And that's what I wanted to be part of. But I've always been the odd one out. Never really had a lot of friends at all in my life. And I wanted to be part of a supportive space. So I tried to build one as much as I could. And you guys have been like my support system in my family. So, I can't thank you all enough, really. So, Martin, I'm sure as kind and lovely as you are, that you can absolutely, attract kind people like yourself, because I do think kindness attracts more kindness. And what you put out there, the positive vibes you put out, attract more positivity. That's what I try to do. I'm not always successful at it, but I try. Anyway, let's see. Okay. Doc does Patreon. Definitely have to try that. Dieter says, Chat GPT says OBS, Streamlabs, Riverside.fm. Oh, I've never heard of Riverside. Okay. Amy said, my significant other just said I'm lazy and mad I didn't freeze meat, invalidating my disability. I'm so sorry, Amy. We're here for you. And I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. You deserve better than that. Calling me a narcissist? You're not a narcissist. Absolutely not. And you deserve support. If you have a disability, you deserve support. And no one should be treated like that. Whether you have a disability or not, you deserve support. But you deserve extra support when you're disabled. And I was in that situation with my ex, so I understand. So I'm sorry. Just try to tune out that noise as much as you can, and just get away and find someone deserving of you as soon as you possibly can, is what I would urge you to do. So all right, so now I'm finally caught up with the chat. It's only taken me like 2 hours, but I went off on some tangents. What, Scarlett? The volume's a little low on this phone.
Oh, I'll turn up my volume. Oh, I just said, I was like, eh.
Yeah.
Right on time.
It's going to be a little more challenging because I'm walking around the house for my exercise, but I'm going to be sharing the photos. I should be able to share them on my laptop via my other account. So there's going to be 2 of me on stage here. Let's see. And not my other
laptop.
Well, I could do that, but it's a little more uncomfortable to walk around holding that thing.
Yes, I would assume so. It's good.
Okay. So, okay, we got me and my twin here so that I can be on 2 devices. All right.
So the episode opens with a very blue shot of a
Yeah.
man drinking milk.
It looked very David Lynchian in the beginning with like the curtain. If you've ever seen like Blue Velvet, it has like this curtain scene. I was like, wow, this is very Lynchian, very Twin Peaks. Before it
Yeah,
went into drinking.
Yeah, I had a screenshot of that, but I accidentally deleted it.
No,
It
I
showed the
can
blue.
imagine. It's just like this, except there's a guy drinking milk in front of it.
It was the whole screen in blue. It was all blue, and then it faded into like the image of the man drinking milk with the landscape outside the window in the hospital. So yeah, that was a very artistic opening shot. I liked that. And you know, they're definitely using colors symbolically in the show too. I'm not sure what they're trying to evoke with the blue.
I don't know. In Breaking Bad, it was a mouth that was blue, so I don't know what he's evoking in the show.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If anyone in the chat has theories on what exactly you think they're trying to evoke with the colors, what do you think the blue represents that they keep using? They keep using a lot of blue and yellow, and
Purple.
let me know what you think. Yellow often can symbolize happiness, you know, sunshine, light, you know, and we see a lot of yellow in this show, and obviously the virus is like a happiness virus. So in fact, in the first few scenes, there's a lot of blue and yellow that seems obviously placed there deliberately. But
and purple.
They show this shot of the man drinking milk. That, you know, on rewatch now we know this is not milk. This is that doctored substance that may well be people powder. It may well be like Soylent Green kind of thing. So as the camera fades back, you got like more pops of yellow and blue that really stand out. And this orderly is wearing yellow gloves. There's blue on that medical equipment. There's yellow on his shirt as well. Actually, that's not his glove. That's his shirt. There's yellow on his shirt. As this person walks by, you see like some yellow device to the right. And like blue artwork on the wall, blue, some kind of blue bottle of something, and something green.
Hand sanitizer.
Yeah. And then, you know, more blue and yellow in this shot. There's an orderly with some employee with a bright blue something or other in her hand.
Oh, I thought it was purple. It looks really purple, myself.
To me, it looks like royal blue. That's what I'm seeing. But yeah,
I thought that Vince Gilligan was associating purple with Carol because of I know you haven't seen that chapter yet, but the picture for the book, she's dressed in purple.
Yeah.
And then she has that purple sands or whatever, and the purple people that fell around her fans. They're dressed in purple.
Right. Yeah. That definitely seemed deliberate, right? But there hasn't been much purple since then, oddly. And they have Carol wearing a lot of yellow and surrounded by yellow a lot, even though she's not happy at all. Scarlet, I gotta mute for just a minute. Hold on just a sec. I'll be right back.
Okay. Like Vince Gilligan uses a lot of color imagery in his shows. Like in Breaking Bad, there was a character that was Hank's wife that wore purple all the time, and it signified I think it felt like it signified her being regal, But then like later in the series, she like wore different colors because she was getting out of that feeling because everything was not going so well after a while on that show. But I could see, I mean, to me this looks purple. I don't know if it looks like purple on anybody else's, but I feel like that's the contrast between like maybe the hive mind is blue, like Serenity, like Serenity now, and it's like a very calming color, and then like the character that was talking to Carol in the last episode that was wearing yellow and black, it almost seemed like they were trying to evoke a bee, kind of a bee colony kind of effect with that, and Carol did wear a yellow jacket like in the first episode, so there's that color energy too. And like I said with Breaking Bad, the meth was colored blue, but I'm not really sure like if there's an overall like Vince Gilligan, like this is what blue means to me. I think it might mean different things in different shows, and this one I think it might mean a serenity or a calmness that comes over when you like become part of the hive mind and part of the system where everything is like a utopia, but a utopia in quotes. And I would think that he would also use blue too, because the contrast between the blue and like the New Mexico sky versus the sand is like very dramatic. And I also like the fact that he films in New Mexico because I feel like it gives his like worlds like real like depth as opposed to filming in the same places that everybody else films. It definitely and he's helping out New Mexico because they have film people out there. Like when I live in Michigan, and they used to have a great support for film people, and some people did a bunch of filming around Detroit and stuff, and then all suddenly that went away, and it made a little cottage industry of people that were like selling food and everything to the people that were working on the crew of these films, and then now suddenly those incentives went away, and then that whole industry folded on itself. So it's good to see that New Mexico is still has that those incentives for people to film there. And plus, this looks really cool. I just remember that when I lived in California, I went to Arizona a lot, and it really has that feeling, kind of isolation. And I think that's perfect for the show because Carol feels isolated, and she's in a cul-de-sac and in the middle of nowhere. And there's also a lot of oranges in the buildings, which is pretty typical of the architecture of the region. So you'd have those colors, but I think that Carol is really like, it's kind of funny because she has this, very mercurial, very like angry, vibe around her, but yet she's represented by these colors of the sun. Like, in her house, there's oranges and golds, and maybe that's the person that she's trying to strive to be, or maybe the person that she wants to show the world along with the purple, because her fans wear purple. And a big part of her book series, especially when we do the chapter, is purple sand. And I think there's an actual name for her fan base that includes purple, but I can't remember it right now. So there would be that. It would be like what was I saying, like the sun. And then actually it kind of reminds me of Yellow Jackets too, when Lottie was using heliotrope for everything, and she was like the color of the sun. Not that I always had to bring Yellow Jackets into this, but when Lottie had a cold, she was the one that was wearing oranges and yellows, and then her followers were wearing purple. So I could see something in between those two shows about like bees being in a hive, being attracted to like the bright colors and the bright colors of flowers, and both the purples and the oranges and the yellows. So there's that. But there's always a lot of like color metaphors in Vince Gilligan's work. Like I said before, I haven't seen El Camino and I haven't seen Better Call Saul, even though I wanted to, but I'm sure there's a bunch of color metaphors in those shows as well.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't mean to drop off the stream completely.
Oh, that's okay. That's what I'm for about colors for a while.
My laptop died. Thanks for holding it down. So So anyway, oh, I see Noah's here. Hey, Noah. Nice to see you. And yeah, there he is. There's Noah. Okay, so back to the pictures.
I even tied it into Yellow Jackets while you were away.
Nice.
One of the characters leads a group, and she's dressed in yellow and orange, and all her followers wear heliotrope, which is a type of purple. So it's kind of like a Carol with her fans wearing purple, and her being
Cool.
Having yellow and orange as like her colors in her house and stuff. Very Queen Bee.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So I love color symbolism. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the hell they're trying to tell us with the colors in this show, and I've yet to quite get there. So, but I don't think maybe we're not supposed to quite get it yet. It's still early in the show, so let's wait and see. But in the meantime, let's notice. Here's more yellow and blue. Like in this first scene, go back and watch it, or just look at my screenshots here, and it's just bright blue and bright yellow jumping off the screen at you. And in the rest of the shots, they're mostly muted colors. It's just the yellow and blue that are bright. So they clearly want us to notice it. Here's more bright yellow, bright blue, bright yellow. More of this bright blue bins right in our face, something yellow here on the desk. And it's all the same shade of like butter yellow. And then it cuts to Carol squeezing the life out of this poor stress doll.
Yeah,
I forget what they're
I used
called.
to have one of those way back when, like a decade ago.
Yeah, those are very classic. They've been around a while.
Yeah. She still has the handcuff on.
She still has the handcuff on, and it kind of represents her lingering sense of guilt over what she did with Zosha. She caused Zosha, once again, she caused Zosha to almost die, and Zosha is, they say she's going to be okay now, but she's on a ventilator and maybe in a coma. It's not really clear. They didn't give us a lot of information, but she's feeling guilty over that, and a handcuff is a reminder of it. And Carol, I think with Carol, there's this willful blindness about her. Like, I think she, you've heard of blind rage. Well, Carol overlooks really obvious solutions to things sometimes because she's so angry and can't control her emotions. And this handcuff is a good example of that, because she's walking around with this handcuff on her, completely forgetting the fact that she's been driving around the freaking police car where the handcuffs came from. She should have figured out pretty quickly that the keys to the handcuffs would probably be on the key ring in the police car. Duh. Like, why is she walking around with this still on her wrist? And later in the episode, when she finds the key on the police car key ring, she even says to herself, "Son of a bitch."
Yeah.
Like she's chiding herself for being so blind. So I think that handcuff on her wrist and the fact that they show this right in our face like that, they're wanting us to notice this aspect of her personality.
And she's also squeezing something that vaguely looks human, like she's just like pushing on something that's pink and human-like, and even though it looks like an alien too, that could be the subcontext, subtext too.
Right.
That she's causing harm to something that looks vaguely humanoid.
Yes. That's true. And there's another thing that she overlooks in the episode, which is the fact that she could have easily just detached the gun from the police car with a push of a button when she needed it for the coyotes, but she didn't figure that out until the next morning. And she also said, "Son of a bitch," when she figured that out. So she lets her emotions get the better of her, and in her panic or her blind rage, she doesn't see obvious solutions. So that's going to be a big obstacle to her in trying to figure out how to outsmart the hive mind and how to figure out what to do, how to win this battle against them. But also this scene really highlights her blue eyes too, so more blue. It's like, I think they're doing that on purpose too, really showing us her blue eyes clearly.
Yellow hair and blue eyes.
Yellow hair and blue eyes. More blue and yellow. She gets a phone call from Lakshmi saying, "How dare you make my son cry? You made everyone cry, and you gave your chaperone a heart attack. What's wrong? What is wrong with you?" Meaning what's her name? Zosha. Yeah, I can't stand this character. She's really annoying, and I would say, what is wrong with her? Because she's way too quick to damn Carol, and like all pro hive mind everything, and doesn't seem to have any problem with him at all. I can understand her being more supportive of the hive mind because her son is part of it, her child, but she should still be upset and not want him to be a part of this, and maybe want to, like, hey, her son is part of this. Like, did it ever occur to you? Did it ever occur to her, like, maybe she should want a cure for her son? Maybe some kind of cure to get him out of the hive mind, because it's not truly her son anymore.
Yeah, but I
So,
think she also has that blindness that Carol has when it comes to that.
Yeah, she does. She's also suffering from some willful blindness. And Carol, yeah, she also asks Carol, "Why do you do such things? Are you mentally unsound?" Yeah, that was funny. But I mean, she's funny, that lady, but she pisses me off too. I would say she's mentally unsound, because she's willingly going along with the hive mind's agenda without even questioning it at all, or being the least bit upset that her son is not truly her son anymore, and her son is afflicted by this bizarre hive mind thing. Like, I'd say there's something wrong with her mentally, to be honest. Carol tries in vain to tell her what she found out. She said, "I learned something important." She wanted to tell her clearly about the fact that they can't lie, or that her theory that they can't lie, and that she believes there's a cure for the virus based on her findings in the previous episode.
It's a really weird looking phone. Is she talking to a phone?
Yeah, it looks like a phone. I mean, I think it's a phone, but it doesn't look like a typical phone. Yeah. Is what I meant to say. But yeah. She's like, "You do not make my son cry ever again." This idiot. She doesn't know what she's talking about. That's not even her son anymore. It's like, even the hive mind people come out and say, like, this individual was blah blah blah. It's like, it's not them anymore. They don't say, "I am so and so," like their names as individuals. They say, "This individual was blah blah blah," and it's like, so they're coming out and basically telling you that they're not those people anymore. They're not those individuals anymore. That's not her son. Anyway, I can't help but notice the strange array of people working at this hospital, and like this guy who has face tattoos. He looks like he's from a biker gang, and that just goes to show you that anybody from the hive mind can be doing any job. You see a strange mix of people doing all different jobs, because it's just whoever happens to be close by. That's who does whatever work needs to be done. They can all do anything now. They all have all the abilities in the world, because they've all absorbed all the skills and knowledge of everyone in the world, almost. So, here's where things get interesting, though. She asks if Sosha is going to be all right, and the nurse tech, or whoever this is, he doesn't respond the way they normally talk to Carol. She doesn't make any eye contact with her. She doesn't smile, which is really bizarre for them. She just says she's going to be fine, averting her eyes, and then walking coldly out of the room and leaving Carol alone. That's a big switch. That's where we knew immediately something different is going on here. Something has changed. Something has shifted. And if it shifted in one person, you know it shifted in all of them, because they all react the same way to everything. So Carol goes back and lays down. Apparently she's been camped out in the hospital, indicating that she actually cares for Zosha on some level. This is the second time. Isn't this the second? Yeah, this is the second time she's caused harm to Zosha to the point where she needs to be hospitalized for something that she did, and she's laying there like a family member. She's, she's actually showing some empathy for her, and that's exactly what the hive mind wanted. So they were smart to select this woman who looks just like her, like Carol's, like a female version of Carol's protagonist from her novels. Since there were no family members or friends of Carol who were part of the hive mind, the only person in the world Carol apparently loved or cared about died, her partner. So I find that crazy too. I mean, I kind of relate to Carol in that way, because I have next to no one in my life. I mean, I've never been down to just one person, but I have, up until I found my channel, and made some friends, and actually developed close relationships with people. I think for a little while, I was kind of just down to one person who cared about me left in the world. Maybe two, I guess I could say two, but just imagine that no one else in the world is a friend or family member of Carol. Otherwise they would have selected them to be Carol's chaperone. But instead, they had to pick this woman because she looks like the protagonist of her novels, except female. But anyway, that being said, it's working. They're doing this to try to like cause her to feel some empathy for her. Oh, thanks, Amy. She said, "We care for you, Julie." Thank you. Yeah, I had to actually, like, what is the phrase I'm trying to say? I had to revise what I was saying, because I was starting to say that there's almost no one in the world who cares about me, and that's what it was like before I started my channel. That's not the case anymore. It was down to just like one or two people, and then I started my channel, and I met so many amazing friends and kind people. So that's definitely not true anymore. I'm glad to say, and I'm grateful for you guys. And Amy, stay strong. I really feel for you. I see what you were writing in the chat too. And you deserve better. So hang in there. Umbra said, "You know what I wonder? If someone is unhived, will they still retain all the worldly knowledge and know-how? Imagine the kid being the smartest and most knowledgeable human in existence if he's cured." That's a really interesting question, Umbra. That's really interesting. Oh man, that would be one hell of an asset. Imagine.
That would be a powerful tool, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I would have to, if I had to guess, I would say they'd probably lose all of it.
Yeah, they had to write it down.
Yeah, like write it all down. Write down. Yeah, you have to hope that they journal a lot. Like maybe they write. Maybe they journaled a lot before, but that would be an individual thing to do, wouldn't it? So I doubt they journal. That's a very individual thing to do. Amy said, "I have a feeling she will eventually meet with the guy that ate the hot dog. Oh, the hot dog that ate the dog food that's still alive." Oh, definitely. I'm sure. She said he's the most likely to reach out, as the others alive seem to not like Carol. 100%, Amy. That's inevitable, I think. We need him to be a character in the show, and I think they're on a collision course. It's only a matter of time because he's resisting the hive mind too, just like Carol. And now that they each know that someone else out there exists who is avoiding the hive mind and resisting them, one of them is going to want to reach out to the other again. And it's just a matter of who tries to reach out first. It's going to happen, and they'll band together. So we have to hope he's going to be a really strong character because the show needs more people on Carol's team. Now, I liked this shot. This is really cool. As Carol is laying there, I see through the window. There's the reflection of a guy that comes into frame watching her from outside, and then you see who it is watching her with no smile, I might add, and then he turns and walks away. And as he does that, you see more people walking out of the hospital, including these people carrying a guy on a stretcher with bright blue and yellow. Again, more of the blue and yellow colors. These are not typical colors for stretchers and all of that kind of stuff, medical equipment, and yet we keep seeing it. There's also a dumpster that's the same shade of blue and yellow later in the episode. They're smacking us in the face with these colors, and it has to symbolize something, even if it's just some kind of esoteric meaning that we might try to analyze later. But right now, even this guy's glasses look yellow to me.
Yeah, I like his glasses. His glasses kind of pop.
Yeah. But right now, it's not really clear exactly what the colors symbolize to me anyway. Here's another yellow thing that's very odd. This translucent yellow fence.
Yeah.
And more people filing out of the hospital in droves. Like, they're all filing in a neat line out of the hospital like the good worker bees they are. And into buses, cars, ambulances, loading all the patients in the hospital into ambulances and getting the hell out of Dodge. Getting into school buses, getting into city buses, vans, and getting out of here. Leaving Carol all alone. And so when she wakes up in the dark, it goes to check on Zosha. She's not there anymore. She's been taken with everybody else. I'm sure to some hospital outside of town. And Carol is left to feel all alone. And she realizes there's nobody here. She goes by. There are no patients in the beds. Nobody's in the hallway. She calls the number to ask what's going on. And she gets she gets this recording. Where did everybody go? And it's like, this is a recording. At the tone, you can leave a message to request anything you might need. We'll do our best to provide it. Our feelings for you haven't changed, Carol. But after everything that's happened, we just need a little space. And that's that. She's like, what the hell? It's a very civil breakup message, basically. It's it's like a breakup or a temporary break. Like, we're just, a separation, an amicable one. Yeah, that was wild. I've got to say, I was refreshingly surprised that this happened after an episode that I complained about being too predictable last week. I said episode 4 was way too predictable for me. And this one surprised me. I was refreshingly surprised. Like, okay, they're doing something I did not anticipate. I'm here for it. Let's see where this is going to go. They bailed on her. I think they're like, they still want to please her and they're compelled to please her, but they left. And maybe they're realizing that she's a too big of a danger to them. So they need to get physically away from her where she can't accost anyone anymore and cause harm and potentially kill millions of them. So I don't know. I think that's probably why they did it. I don't think that they're actually angry. I don't think they're capable of being angry at her in any way. But I think it's more of a self-preservation thing, why they left. they don't want anyone to be harmed, and she just harmed Zosha again.
Yeah.
It's
Like
like
the third time.
the third time. And so they're, I don't know, it's like, is it possible that she did make them unhappy about something for the first time? So maybe, because like when they left the hospital, they didn't look very happy. They weren't smiling. Is she turning their frowns upside down? Is she starting to, like, is she capable of reversing the happiness virus if she continues being Carol, being
Just make
herself?
them unhappy.
Yeah, like maybe this is a positive sign of progress, you know, like maybe this is a sign that it's possible to unhive these people. I mean, yeah, they just left town as a hive, but she actually was able to make them less than happy about something. They were not happy with her. So she changed something about the way they operate and how they feel. That tells me, you know, maybe there's more that can be done, you know, and they feel threatened. They got away from her. They needed to get physically away from her, out of proximity to her, because she's a threat and they can sense it. So I think this is a pro. I think this is a positive thing in the long run for her chances at going up against this hive entity. But in the, you know, for now, it's just funny also psychologically to watch her reaction to this. Because she can't stand them. She calls them freaks and cusses them out. And yet when she's left all alone, she goes up to the top of the building and she sees them all leaving en masse. Like, they're literally all leaving town. They're all clearing out of the entire, they're probably clearing out of the entirety of Albuquerque.
Oh yeah.
Like, they're all gone. They're all jamming up the highways as if there's some kind of like natural disaster on the way.
Yep.
So I think, yeah, I think it's funny that this bothers her a lot. This winds up bothering her, even though she can't stand them and calls them freaks. She doesn't want to be alone.
But they were her freaks, Julie.
Yeah.
And now they're gone.
And now they're gone. And and at the end of the day, human beings have a basic need for human contact, even though these things don't seem that human anymore. They're the closest thing that she could get. They're still essentially human beings, and they're physically human beings. They're people to talk to. As much as they drive her nuts, now she has to deal with being alone. She doesn't like that. So, yeah, I mean, we're social creatures. Humans need interaction with other people. Or you can literally die of loneliness. What was that? I couldn't quite hear that. Did you say something?
Oh no, I didn't really say anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you like, people can literally die of loneliness. There's an episode of The Twilight Zone where a guy is put through a test to see if he can handle the loneliness of going up into outer space in a space capsule. It's not the episode connected to this series, but you know, it's about how much human beings need contact with other human beings. And you know, because he basically loses his mind. He loses his sanity temporarily, at least, because he's all alone. And she's already losing her shit in just a short time of being left alone in this episode. So, but yet she tries to play it off like she doesn't care. At one moment she's like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then she's like, "Good riddance. Fuck you." You know, she doesn't want to admit that she needs some contact with these people. She still needs them.
Yeah.
And then later she's writing a script for a new video that she's gonna have sent to all the other immune people. And she tries to come up with a way to describe the hive people, and she doesn't know how to describe them, and she winds up settling on afflicted people.
Yeah, like
And
that globe that she has, that gold globe.
yeah, it's cool.
Very Queen Bee.
It is.
World domination.
Right. And she records a video clip to the other immune, saying, to my 12 fellow survivors, greetings. I'm Carol Sturka. Some of you know me, some of you I've yet to meet. Because she wants this to go out to all of them, including the ones who don't speak English, who she didn't meet yet.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, but if you're still one of us, then this message is for you. There is a way to undo this situation, to turn the world back to the way it's supposed to be. How do I know this? Because earlier today, these afflicted people, these others, they basically told me so themselves. Because guess what? They can't lie. Which is yet another thing I've discovered. This alien virus, or whatever it is, it doesn't allow them to do that. Yeah, and I believed that early on. Like I said earlier, I believed that they don't seem to be able to lie. If they could lie, and they're somehow mustache twirling aliens who wanna take over her mind, then why would they come out and tell her flat out, yeah, we're just months or even weeks away from adding you to the hive mind, like to you joining us? Why would they tell her that? They wouldn't tell her that.
Yeah, it
Like,
would change the whole gambit of the piece too, in a way that I wouldn't like. You know,
yeah.
because then anything could happen. At least there's parameters here and there's rules.
Yeah. So yeah, logically, I just didn't think that they were able to lie, because if they could, they wouldn't have told her.
It's more interesting that they can't lie than if they were, like, conniving.
Mhm. Right. So she says, what is the solution exactly? That they didn't tell me, but they so resisted telling me that everybody suddenly burst into tears. Worldwide, apparently. So she made the whole world cry. Congratulations, Carol.
Yay.
Good job. Good job. What an accomplishment. You made the entire world cry at once. You were such a toxic person. Which I know upset at least one of you. And then after that, they completely abandoned the city I live in, leaving me here all alone.
Those Russians those photos are great. That's Russian.
I know, right? Leaving me here all alone. Pretending she doesn't care when clearly she does. Which to me says I'm on the right track. And I think she's right. They pulled away from her because she's on the right track and she's a threat to them, and they know it. She's starting to figure out these people. Like she figured out that they can't lie, and she was trying. She also figured out that there's probably a cure. So they felt like they had to get away from her. Plus, she has too strong of an effect on them when she flips out or pulls one of her, like tricks. Now, and it's not just when she flips out, but this time she was scheming with what she did to Zosha, and drugging her and trying to get her to admit there's a cure. That made everyone cry, even though she wasn't screaming in anyone's face. What she did adversely affected everyone in the world. So apparently she can affect the whole world, all of them, not just by screaming in their face, but by doing other things that upset them. So they felt they needed to get away from her, and she's an actual threat to them. So I think she is on the right track. She said, I realize some of you think the world might be better off this way, with all the newfound peace, love, and understanding. Enjoy that opinion, relish it, because it may be the last one you ever possess. That is very well said. Because once you're part of the hive mind, you're not going to have any more opinions. That's absolutely right. There is no more of individuality, hence no more opinions. So she's absolutely right. I loved that line. And then she says, and when the day comes that you have peace and love forced upon you, who knows, maybe in that last fleeting moment, you might just realize you treasured your individuality. That was a really great line. You know, I like when she waxes philosophical every now and then. You know, like this show is so philosophical and interesting to, you know, it's just it's so well written.
Plus, she's an author, so you hope that she can write a paragraph well.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. Oh wait, I saw. What did I say? I saw somebody pop in the chat, and now I lost where they were at. Oh, there it is. It was Can't Be Serious. I missed them earlier. Damn. It was Can't Be Serious. Julie B. What? Just stopping in, showing love from the Koalaholics. So shout out to the Koalaholics. Love those guys. I love that community. And Koality Reacts is the channel that Can't Be Serious is shouting out and representing here. Absolutely love Quality Reacts. He does amazing content on rap and hip hop and everything that pertains to that culture. Really funny reaction videos, and just has, you want to talk about a loving, welcoming community like we were discussing earlier. You want that and you're interested in that kind of content, check out Quality Reacts, because these people are amazing. And every now and then they pop in just to show me support like this, even when they're not even watching whatever shows I'm covering. It's so cool. I appreciate it. Let's see. Earlier, Samuel said Teflon TV has a video on that. I think he was referring to maybe when we were talking about, like Doc said, communal versus individualist. I don't know if it had something to do with that.
Either that or color theory.
Oh, color theory? Yeah, it was probably color theory. Yeah, because I know Tony was talking about the colors in his live stream, about one of his live streams about Pluribus. Yeah, Tony is doing an awesome job. I love his coverage of Pluribus too. So anybody here hasn't checked out Tony's lives for Pluribus, he does them. I think it's every Sunday night. He skipped one Sunday, but he did one again last Sunday, which was highly entertaining and interesting as always. I called into it for half an hour. So if you want to hear me babbling, I called in, I think it was like, I think it was the beginning of the second hour of Tony's live, and Tony and Phil had me on, they kind of treated me more like a special guest than a caller, because they kept me on there for like half an hour and included me in the discussion, and Phil was posing interesting discussion questions to both me and Tony, which was awesome. And I really appreciated that. It made me feel so welcome, as always. I mean, they've always made me feel welcome on that channel. So shout out to Tony Teflon and Phil the Issues Guy. Phil is also covering Pluribus on his channel. He has his own lives. I think he does lives like post show after Pluribus. So check out Phil the Issues Guy. I love his content too. And Tony is doing a really great job analyzing Pluribus. And he's the one. I couldn't remember which video I watched, whose it was, because it was a while ago. But it was him. He was talking about what he thought the colors represent, and it's really interesting stuff. So, and I tried to find other people discussing color theory on YouTube related to the show, and I couldn't find anything. So, it may just be kind of buried. But
I'm actually surprised with Vince Gilligan's use of color in Breaking Bad that somebody hasn't done color theory, because it seems to be very important to his work.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what else did I miss anything else in the chat before I continue here? Bill said Zosha will be dangerous, the hero and the biggest threat to the hive mind. Oh, that's an interesting hypothesis. Yeah, I think that's very possible, Bill. I mean, if she can be unhived, I think that would be a really interesting plot development, and it very well could happen. And she could wind up being, imagine like, right now Carol is grieving the loss of her partner Helen, but just imagine if she and Zosha wind up being a dynamic duo. She unhives Zosha, and Zosha is like the leading lady she always wanted in her novels. And this show is supposed to last 3 seasons. The two of them could wind up being like an endgame couple too in the very end. Like, who knows? But I do think that she could, like, if they can potentially unhive somebody, maybe that person who's been unhived could pose a threat to the rest of the hive mind. They could, maybe they could have some lingering knowledge about how to combat this thing. Who knows? It could be really interesting if they go that route.
Like if her individuality comes back and she wants to fight for that.
Yeah.
She prefers that to the hive. I'd love to see some characters' version of the hive, like what goes on their mind, and see that. So I'm hoping that happens sometime in the 3 seasons.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw some comments in the chat that I want to address here. Amy said, I still struggle with feeling alone. And she said, I get thoughts like, would it even matter if I showed up all the time? I completely relate to that, Amy, and it would matter if you stopped showing up.
You need to show up. Show
Yeah.
up. You show up now. You show up.
It would matter. We would miss you, Amy, if you didn't show up. We would miss you. And I have felt like that. I can't tell you how much of my life I felt like if I disappeared, I would think if I disappeared tomorrow, only like 1 or 2 people would even notice or care. And that's a terrible feeling to have. It would be just like, it would have been my mom. Eventually my dad would have found out, but I saw him every few months, and that would have been it. Like, nobody would even really have noticed. So I understand how that feels, feeling that alone and like you don't matter, like no one notices you, you're invisible, you know, it's like you don't even exist to others. But well, just keep being yourself, keep opening up to people, keep reaching out like you've been doing and showing up, and you'll find that, you know, you keep making connections with people like you have here in this community, and you keep making friends. And that's what happened for me when I started just reaching out to people and not being afraid to open up and be myself. And people respond to that when you're just genuinely you. And Amy, you're doing that in this community. You're doing that and opening up to people, and you've made so many friends right here who would miss you if you just disappeared. I promise you that. I agree with what Dieter said. Wish we all lived close by. I really wish that. Move to Belgium, folks. I wish we could all like at least like teleport to the same location and hang out or something. I wish we weren't so far away. Doc said I would be pretty freaking lonely without you all. Oh, I have people in my life, but being nocturnal makes a social life hard. I'm with you on that. Yep. I'm a night person too, and you know, I like, until recently, I really would have been completely alone if it wasn't for everybody here on this channel, in this community. I would have been just like, I was just alone all the time. That's why I needed to be on 8 to 10 hour live streams, because I really was alone. without the community. And I'm not as alone anymore. I have someone in my life all the time now, but it doesn't mean that I don't need everyone here as a part of like my family that I've chosen. I don't have a good solid family that was given to me by birth. But I have this family, and everybody needs more than just one person in their life. Like I need like a support system, and that's what all of you guys have been to me. So I feel the same way as Doc here. And we're glad you're here, Doc. I'm really glad that we connected, that all of us connected. And we all just fit, we're these vampires, Scarlet and I and Doc, and so many of you guys are just vampires, and we need each other. Like the rest of the world is sleeping right now. I feel like a misfit toy. Like you found my misfit toy island, my island of misfit toys. Not that I'm calling you guys misfits, but it's like, it's like we all have things that we struggle with, though, that make us feel like, a lot of us feel like, outsiders in some regard, but we fit in here. Hey, JT Moore, nice to see you. He said, do they get exercise? Do they go out jogging? Yeah, I wonder. I would think they'd still need exercise. They're still, technically human beings. So I would say they've got to. Do they sleep in shifts? How do they affect every body in a way to cause them to sleep in unison? Those are interesting questions, because I would think they'd have to sleep in shifts, because somebody's got to keep certain things going. Like somebody's got to be awake to take care of hospital patients, for example.
Yeah.
So even though they're part of a hive mind, they can't all sleep at the same time. So I would say they don't sleep in unison, but they sleep in shifts. That's what I would say for sure. And Amy, I'm the same. I never had many friends either. Just acquaintances, same. And any friends I had were temporary. They would just come and go from my life. JT Moore said the voice on the recording is the guy that played her boss on Better Call Saul. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yep. And every time they play the recording from start to finish. That was funny, Dieter.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
It starts to get really annoying, and it's annoying for the viewers to have to watch it too and listen to it again. But that's by design. It's supposed to be.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. And we're supposed to get frustrated with it along with Carol and sympathize with her. Having to listen to that every time and wait for it to end before she can ask or say what she wants to say. Jay said, will the environment start to change as a result, similar to when people weren't around during the pandemic? Yeah, that could be. Yeah, all kinds of things could shift and change in the world because of this. You're asking some really thought-provoking questions, Jay, and that's one of the things I love about this show. That's the thing I love the most. All the questions that it inspires and the discussion that it provokes. This is a real water cooler show. This is, like the definition of a water cooler show, the kind of show that we have to talk about as a group and just discuss our ideas and ask these questions. Let's see. Yeah, Trace, Carl fell asleep a while ago.
So I can hear him snoring. I've heard him snore a couple times.
Yeah, I had to ask him. I had to kind of evict him from the living room because he was snoring too loud. So I had to get him out of the room. Yeah. I wish he were making quesadillas, Dieter. No, he's not.
Oh, yeah, I wish he was making quesadillas too.
Yeah. Jay said, "Are there people left at the International Space Station? If so, are they a part of or separate from the hive?" They answered that one actually. They said that they're on their way back from the International Space Station, those astronauts. And they were a part of the hive. They were some of the first people brought into the hive. So yeah, that one Carol actually asked about that and Zosha answered. So let's see. Umbra said, "Yep, their non-answer about there being a cure means there is one." I agree. Absolutely. Jay said, "What happened to the doomsday preppers and survivalists that are off the grid? How does the hive know for sure the exact number of people that are immune?" Well, they think they know, but there may be others who they don't know about. Like for the first 36 hours, they didn't know about Manny in Paraguay. So maybe there are doomsday preppers and survivalists off the grid who we're going to meet later. I hope so. There very well could be, and we just haven't met them yet because it's only been 8 days. In this episode, it said it's been 8 days. So there could be more, and I think that's important to widen the focus of the show, like I've said, to introduce more characters who can help offset the hive along with Carol and Manny. Jay said, "What is at the center of the hive? They are connected, but to what?" Yeah, I mean, do they have some kind of queen bee? Like every hive has a queen? And they're connected to each other, I would say. Jay said, "Someone or something has to be in control of the hive's motivations. What is telling them to be so helpful to the immune and want to find a cure for them?" I mean, I don't think it necessarily has to be a person or a thing. I think it's like they said, it's a biological imperative that is driving them to infect everyone. So by helping the immune, well, I mean, I think part of the imperative is to be as kind as possible to these immune people, to try to draw them in and make it easier to infect them, maybe.
You okay?
Sorry, one of my accounts dropped off.
Okay. It's just like I just heard a buzzing noise. And I'm like, oh no, she's in the hive now. She's in the hive.
I think something is I think it's like their biological imperative that's internal within them, that's driving them to be so helpful to the immune, to make them lower their defenses and accept getting infected more easily. Maybe if they lower their defenses and they're more amenable to the hive, then they could be easier to infect. We don't know what exactly is making them immune. So yeah, I mean, I think it's their internal biological imperative that's driving them, not necessarily a person, or a thing, but you never know. You just never know. Everything is, there's still a lot of mystery to this show. So Umbra said, "I think it's clear they're hinting at a romantic situation with her and Zosha. I would imagine she'll eventually be unhived, or maybe even partially so, before the collective virus takes back over." Totally agree, Umbra, and because she already admitted on video that when she drugged herself, she admitted on the video that she is attracted to Zosha, and so they're definitely hinting at that. And Zosha looks like the heroine of her novel, except female, and she's attracted to women. Yeah, so it fits. I don't think that anything will happen until and unless Zosha is unhived, because Carol made it clear that she feels it's a violation of consent to sleep with people who are part of the hive, since they can't say no. And she felt it was wrong for Mr. Diabete, I believe his name was, the guy on Air Force One, she thought it was wrong for him to be sleeping with members of the hive. So
'Cause they can't
I don't think
say
anything
no.
will happen unless she can unhive Zosha. Let's see. Marty said, Mark/Marty said, "Don't worry, folks. I will win the lottery one day using 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42, the lost numbers, and we'll buy a big estate for us deep divers." Oh, Martin, that's amazing. I would love that. Yeah, I hope one of us wins the lottery and you just buy an estate and all of us just live together. That would be like the dream.
Like one big hive mind.
But I love it that you called us deep divers too. Like like this is a real community that we have here. And you know, I never would have expected it. I didn't expect there to be a community based on my channel in any capacity when I started it. So that makes me feel good to see. Okay, what else? What else is here? Amy said I cried when you guys said that. Well, I'm glad
Aw.
that you feel supported here and that I hope it helps. I really hope it helps, Amy. Anyway, hey Dave Dorf, 2550. Nice to see you. Welcome. Let's see. Umbra said, seeing how Vince Gilligan loves reusing actors in his shows, what if the Central Hive turns out to be Bryan Cranston? Oh man. Yeah, that would be awesome. I love Bryan Cranston. I would be so here for that. Scarlet, I'm sorry. I hope you haven't been trying to talk because I had my volume off by accident.
No, I've been just talking in your spaces.
Okay, because like
I had a feeling that was the case.
My phone died, so I had to switch back to the laptop and I forgot to unmute the volume. So sorry if I was not letting you talk. It was an accident.
Oh, I was talking. I was just talking in the spaces.
Okay. Yeah, wouldn't it be awesome if Bryan Cranston pops up on the show? I love him. What, Scarlett?
Yeah, I really like him a lot. Oh, I'm getting echo.
Oh no, not again. And I can't use headphones this time. I can't use headphones because I'm walking around. As soon as my phone charges a little bit more, I'll switch back to that, and then the echo will go away. Amy said, as long as it doesn't turn into Colony House. Yeah, if we all shack up in one big estate, let's hope it's not a Colony House situation. Umbra said, sleeping with them without them being able to consent or say no is akin to the R word, which I had such an issue with on the Florin guy. Yeah, me too. I think that it's just not consensual, so I wouldn't be okay with that. Okay, so I think my phone's charged enough that I can switch back to it, and I'm gonna get back to the pictures. So for the rest of, so then like Carol ends the video saying, please let's work together because it's gonna take everything we've got. And these people need saving. We owe it to humanity. Call me anytime, day or night. So what's interesting here is Carol is saying these people need saving. So this goes back to what I was saying earlier about how both Carol and the hive mind feel that they need to save each other. So Carol feels like she needs to save the hive mind people by curing them, even though it's not what they want. It's against their will. So she wants to save them from something that they don't want to be saved from against their will. She thinks that this is what they need. This would be saving them. That's exactly how they feel about her. That's what Zosha said, that they feel that by adding her to the hive, they'd be saving her. It's like she's drowning, and you don't hesitate. If someone is drowning, you throw them a life preserver, and Carol is drowning. She just doesn't know it yet. So I find that so interesting, and that really makes this ambiguous because both sides have, as far as we can see and tell, both sides have good intentions here. There's no clear-cut, unambiguous villain because they both think that they're saving the other, even if it's against their will. Even though Carol doesn't want to be supposedly saved by being added to the hive mind, they think that they're saving her by trying to add her. And she thinks that she thinks that they need to be saved, and she's trying to do it. She's trying to cure them. Now, it's really interesting though. It's like, you know, should you impose your will on someone who doesn't want to be saved, even if you think you're saving them from something terrible? Um, it's it's interesting and kind of hypocritical when you think about it, because Carol is being this champion for free will, and yet she's trying, like, if you think about it, at least the hive mind, they're not hypocrites. Carol is championing the individual and free will, and yet she's trying to impose her will on all of the millions and the billions of people around the world who are part of the hive and don't want her to supposedly save them. So it's like, it's contradictory. She's, you know, this is not giving them free will. And she was even trying to tell the other immune people what to think, saying like, you don't want to be part of the hive mind. You don't want that. Like, well, you can't really tell people what they want. And free will is free will, and if you want that, you should want that for everyone. So it's kind of a sticky predicament right here. But I'm still with Carol. I do think that what they have is something that needs to be cured because it's inhuman. So if anyone needs saving, I do think it's the hive, because whether they know it or not, they have lost what makes them fundamentally human. They've lost their individuality. They've lost their creativity. They've lost their identities. And if there's a way to get it back, that would be saving them. That would be making them more human again. So I'm Team Carol. I'm Team Carol there, and even though they don't feel like they need to be saved from anything, I think they do. Because they're not human anymore. They were attacked. I think I look at them as victims. They were under attack by that alien virus, this happiness virus, for lack of a better term. And they didn't get they weren't asked permission. Nobody gave their consent to become part of the hive. None of them. They were all infected against their will. So if anyone needs to be saved, I think it's them, not Carol. So I'm definitely Team Carol. But I love how the show makes it ambiguous and makes you think about these issues before you take a side. And Carol very officially ends it, good luck and Godspeed, as far as this video goes. Yeah, so then she puts the memory card in a package, calls that number to the hive again, and says,
listen to the whole message.
Once again, she has to listen to the whole message, which is really frustrating and comical. She keeps saying, yes, yes, got it, got it. Got it. She's like, all right, already. And then she says that she's made a video. She's like, you're not going to like it. However, I want you to make 12 copies and distribute them to all the other people like me. And for those that don't speak English, this is very smart of her. I want you to subtitle what I say word for word. I certainly can't force you to do this. However, you doing it would please me, and I know you're into that. And conversely,
yeah, it does sound like a relationship.
Yeah. Like she knows that they want to please her, so that's a smart way to it's a smart angle to take, right? And they're not going to want her. They're definitely not going to want to distribute that message saying, telling everyone that she thinks that there's a cure for this virus. But they'll do it. I still think they'll do it. But she says, if conversely, if you don't do it, I can't be held responsible for the biblically shitty mood in which I will no doubt find myself. So I'm going to leave it outside on the curb by a rock. And I'll stay far, far away because God knows you need your space. She puts it outside. So yeah, I think they're probably gonna do what she asked and distribute it to the rest of the immune. But who knows? I mean, they did say that there are some inquiries they just can't answer. So maybe there are some requests that they'll say they can't fulfill, and that might be one of them. I don't know. I would say they'll probably do it though. I mean, they picked it up.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen what's going to happen after that though. Once they see what's on it, are they going to distribute this to everyone who's immune? And she's basically threatening them by saying that she can't be held responsible for the shitty mood she'll find herself in. She knows her angry moods can cause millions of people to die, so she's threatening them. And as she waits, she sees that instead of a person, a drone comes and picks up the package.
I love the passive
Takes it away.
aggressiveness of the hive.
Yes. Very passive aggressive. And she looks kind of hurt and offended by it. Like, okay, they're really not bothering with her. They don't want to get anywhere near her. She goes in and immediately pours herself a drink. She eats her sad little frozen dinner by herself, gets in her pajamas and goes to bed and looks awfully lonely and pitiful. I mean, she was already going to bed alone, and sleeping alone, but at least she knew there were other people. Hold on. At least, hold on, there's an echo now. Okay. I'm on my other device now. So, okay, now the echo should be gone. But yeah, at least she knew there were other people not that far away. And now she's really alone. She's the last person in the whole city. And it seems to be really getting under her skin. She's tossing and turning and can't sleep. And then she starts to get kind of nervous and jittery, and it's like hearing noises outside. And at one point she looks out and sees that wolves are like digging through her trash outside. And like she gets all nervous about that, calls, and once again has to listen to the same message again.
That's what true comedy is.
Yeah. She says that she wants the lights back on, all of them, to get rid of the issue with the wolves. She's hoping like maybe that'll drive them away. I don't know. She demands that they turn all the lights on everywhere now. The way that she lays in bed is even comical too. She's so
yeah.
Like, this is so under her skin. The fact that they've ghosted her like this, the fact that they've all abandoned her, and now she's all alone, and there are literal wolves outside her house. Like, it's creeping her out, and she's lonely. And like, yeah, her facial expressions and position in bed, it's funny. And of course, there's a very well-placed book on her nightstand that's highlighted for us to be able to see. That says, "And Then There Were None." It's Agatha Christie's famous mystery novel. Very
I was
fitting.
I was wondering if that was Helen's, because it seems like that's Helen's side of the bed.
Yeah, maybe it was Helen's book.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why she finds Carol's books meh, because she reads Agatha Christie.
Yeah, she reads real classics. And it's a very apropos book to be sitting here because now there are no more hive people there. And she puts her like I was talking earlier about how willfully blind she is, and she literally puts on a light blue blindfold here. You know, she's so blind to things that are patently obvious, solutions that are patently obvious. So this is going to be an uphill battle for her to deal with the hive. They do listen to her and her request, and they turn all the lights back on. The next day, she picks all the trash up that the wolves left, puts it in a bag, and says she needs it picked up. She hears a recording. So the first thing that she sees or that she hears is "Hello, Carol," and at first she thinks that they're actually answering the phone, but it's like, this is a recording. It's just a new recording. So that's another passive aggressive thing. They still won't talk to her, and they say, "We can pick your trash up as long as it's bagged, and each bag weighs 17 pounds or less. Please remove all bags from the bin and place them on the curb, a minimum of 2 feet apart." And this irks her too, because before they would literally give her a nuclear bomb. They would do anything, almost anything for her. And now they're giving all these stipulations just for picking up her trash. Like, that's because a drone has to pick it up, and it has to be able to pick up, a bag that's not too heavy. But
yeah, apparently that bag of trash was 17.5 pounds.
Yeah, it must have been a little over. Yeah. They could have just sent people to do it. So something big has shifted here, and Carol is not having it. She is not liking that they're not doing her bidding and obeying everything she commands anymore. I mean, I think she was getting used to being the queen bee, and you could see she's pissed. Now they have all these stipulations. And so then she watches, and yeah, the stipulations are because a drone is picking them up so that they can continue to avoid her. The bag seems to be just a little bit too heavy, and so the drone winds up getting caught around a street lamp and stuck up there. Then the bag breaks open and drops all the trash on the ground.
So
that was
about drones as well.
Yeah, that was really funny. There's a lot of comedy. The show is leaning hard into the comedy. I feel like it's getting more and more comedic. This episode was really heavy on the comedy. It's dry comedy, but it's comedy.
Yeah.
And it's also heady comedy. It's esoteric, This serving thing. I forget what the term is for this thing. It's still hanging around after she rejected their hospitality and the meals that they were trying to serve her. That was how they were trying to serve her meals, and she can't seem to get rid of that. It's like symbolizing her rejection of them, and it's still
the cloche, you mean? The cloche that's on top of the food?
Yeah, that word. I couldn't remember the word, what it's called.
She couldn't get rid of it. She couldn't put it in the garbage.
Yeah, she's still trying to get rid of this thing, and it's also it's kind of like it's holding up a mirror to her too. So maybe it's supposed to symbolize something, like she's not wanting to confront aspects of herself that are problematic, that have been standing in her own way.
Yeah, there's a lot of mirrors in the show. I've noticed quite a number of them are reflective surfaces.
Yeah. And we have this right in the foreground for us to look at. So I think that was intentional. Yeah, there it is. Like the camera zooms in and really focuses on the reflection in that thing. And then it focuses in on Carol right there. And I think they're trying to use some mirror symbolism here. Like there's something in Carol that she's not wanting to confront, and she's trying to throw this thing away and having difficulty with it. She doesn't want to. And then in the next scene, she's struggling to throw that away. You see this thing that has a clear reflection of whatever it is that's facing it. You see Carol looking at it, and then you see her trying to throw it away, and it won't fit into the trash because it has this thing on top, this it's this, yeah, but there's this thing on top of the trash can that it won't fit in there. So yeah, see, she tries to fit it in and it won't fit. And the hole on the trash can is too small too. But it's like she doesn't want to really look in the mirror and confront her inner demons and the things that have been holding her back in life from really being truly happy. She's a miserable person. She was always just seeing the glass half empty in everything. And yeah, she doesn't want to face these aspects of herself. So yeah, I think that's a cool bit of symbolism here. She's trying to throw that away. And then there's the reveal as she opens this so that she can throw that in, that there's nothing in there in terms of like regular trash other than milk cartons. And then she goes over to like a dumpster, a very colorful yellow and blue dumpster. Once again, there are no dumpsters that are this color. These are the same colors that keep popping up everywhere in the show. Definitely trying to symbolize something. And she looks in there and it's just milk cartons in there too. She literally dumpster dives and looks at this thing and where it comes from, because she's just like, what the hell, what's going on? And puts on her detective hat, goes down to where they're produced, which is a local factory, Duke City Dairy. She goes in, sees that this place is manufacturing those, except instead of milk, there's this weird amber colored sticky liquid that comes out of it. So yeah, something weird going on there. It looks kind of like sap from a tree or honey.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Or honey. Yeah. It's a beehive, kind of. Bees and their honey. And then when she goes into this room, this is kind of a dead giveaway, no pun intended, because there are crows picking at this bag full of powder. And if this powder really is the ground up remains of deceased people, then it is kind of a dead giveaway, because crows have been known to pick at corpses. They're scavengers.
Yeah.
They're scavengers, and they pick at corpses that are just laying around. So I think that's meant to be a clue, the fact that there are two crows pecking at this. She opens it up and it's full of powder, these sacks. So she takes a sack of it home. She gets out her testing strips and pH strips for her pool, so that she can test this stuff to see what the pH balance is. And then she sits down to record another video saying that where she lives here in Albuquerque, they're drinking nothing but this milk. They're little milk cartons, just like what they give to kids.
Like in my picture. Like in my picture.
Back when we had elementary schools and children, she's like,
Yeah.
and they seem to come in all different flavors, she said, but there's no milk in any of them. It's just this one strange liquid. She holds it up and it's just this amber colored stuff in a cup. She says that they made it in a local factory in town, but now they've shut down everything here. And she's like, they've abandoned me completely. Once again, this is clearly bothering her that they've left. She feels abandoned. She actually used the word abandoned. As much as she can't stand these people, it's like she can't live with them or she can't live without them because she needs human contact. And she's like, which is, whatever, who cares? Yeah, Carol, you protest too much. You do care that they left. And she said that they make this by mixing water into this white powdery stuff. And she shows that. And the resulting liquid is all they seem to consume. So this is what they're living on. This is what these things are living on now. She says on the video, look around where you live. I'll bet they're manufacturing this in every city in the world. Everywhere there's a spare dairy or a bottling factory. Maybe it doesn't come in a carton, it comes in a can, but either way, it's this. So what is this? What does it do to them when they drink it? Now, those are really good questions. And could it be, she said, could it be that this is how they're all staying connected? Like, maybe this is what's keeping them connected to the hive mind. She's wondering that. I mean, I don't know. I think that the virus changing their RNA fundamentally is what connected them, but who knows? There's got to be, maybe there's some other reason they're drinking it other than just because they need nutrients and they refuse to kill anything and they can't farm properly. So they're in need of nutrients so badly that they're probably grinding up dead people, the people who've already died. Anyway, she says what she knows so far is it doesn't smell like anything, but it's got this weird texture. It's kind of like olive oil, but thinner. She said that probably means something, and I've got no idea what makes it this color. What would you call that? Amber? Yeah, that's what she said, and I would say amber. Straw colored, and she says, I tested the pH. It is a 7.1, which means it is neutral. Well, basically, it's neutral. You know what else is neutral? Celery and water.
Human brain. Human brains are all neutral.
The human brain is neutral
The
too.
human
Huh?
brain is,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, that's that's a bad sign. Sorry, I'm like cracking a can open right in front of the speaker.
it sounded like your cat, but I knew your cat wasn't with you.
Yeah, my cat is still with my mom temporarily, but we're like trying to make this place boo proof because because she's developed some really nasty habits in terms of like not using her litter box for both number 1 and number 2. Yeah, so we're gonna have to, like, we're working on organizing this place as well as possible and getting an automatic litter box. So like hopefully she'll use that, she'll like it, and if she chooses not to use it, then there won't be too much disorganized stuff around for her to destroy or defile with.
Yes.
And so if necessary, I'll supplement it with puppy pads because she's also been using puppy pads sometimes, which is better than other stuff like crapping on my mom's living room floor like she did yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, and another thing we had to figure out, another reason she's not here yet is for her safety, because Carl's dad, Carl's dad might accidentally like let her out of the house, like let her loose. And we can't have that happening by accident. She would take off. It's not safe for cats to go outside around here. The Iowa winters are bitter cold, and it's way too dangerous. She would
Well, yeah,
she
they just
wouldn't.
should be outside anyway, you know, cats.
Yeah,
Right.
people don't let their cats outside around here in the winter. Like you just
Yeah.
don't see it. Um so
Well,
and and I don't want
really don't want to go outside in the winter.
yeah, I don't I just don't I don't want her doing that. Like
Yeah.
one time she accidentally got out. She
Mhm.
escaped and she was missing for an entire week. She wouldn't come when we called her. So we wouldn't be able to trust her to let her out and come back.
Mm.
It turned out that she wasn't lost or anything. She was choosing not to come back. She was sleeping under the shed right on our property.
Seems right.
The little shit. While we were suffering all week, one of the worst weeks of my life. Anyway, I digress. But
Well, cats are desert animals, so I don't think they really like to go out in the snow and the ice.
yeah. Oh, Susie. Hi, Susie. I'm so sorry to hear that about your
Susie.
tortie. She just lost her cat. So she said my cat got hit by a car on Friday. Oh, your tortie? I'm so sorry, Susie. Oh, that's devastating. Oh my God. Oh my God. This was one of the worst weeks of my life. R.I.P. Millie Grace. That's horrific. And you have my deepest condolences and sympathies for you, Susie. I can't even imagine how I would feel, how I would handle that if that happened to my baby. My tortie. My boo is a tortie too. Oh, Susie. Uh, that's just horrific. Um, Susie said, I just got here and y'all were talking about this. So coincidental. I feel like I came to the right place though. Yeah, the timing of that is weird because I was not talking about anything related to this until you just happened to pop in. I was specifically we were just talking about the episode. I just happened to mention Boo. Teeter,
Because I thought you opening a can reminded me of your cat. That's how we got there. Okay, you there? Am I there?
What, Scarlet?
No, that when you opened a can, it made a cat noise.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um,
I heard it.
um, yeah, they make the same sound. Yeah, they do, Susie. Um, oh, what a terrible time of year for something like that to happen too. Sending hugs, Susie. Oh, so sorry. Where did my picture go? What the hell? Hold on.
Yeah, I thought you dropped off or something. That's why it was like, hello, are you there?
My twin dropped off. Oh, great. Our internet is out. Lovely.
Nice, great.
This hasn't happened in a
Welcome
long
to my
time.
world. Welcome to my world.
This hasn't happened in a long time. That's what I get for going on 4 hours to break down the
Yeah.
episode, which is like double what I had hoped on being able to do. Oh my God. And I can't show images. I can't show images on my phone. I don't think I can. I don't know any way to do that via my phone. Damn. shit.
And I can't do it on my iPad.
I hope it comes back soon. I don't. Oh wait, I think it's coming back. I think it's coming back. Yeah, it looks like it's back. I can get back on the stream.
That's something for you. That's every time mine goes out, which is all the time.
Yeah. Well, this doesn't usually happen over here. Like I don't have this problem most of the time. Oh no, it's gone again. Damn.
No.
It's gone again. Oh, okay. And now it looks like it's back again. Oh my god, this is
Yeah, that's what mine does. That's totally what mine does. You could just look at the pictures and then just explain it like a story. You can't have access to your pictures. If you're there. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. I just want to make sure. It's gonna go to the Scarlet show. I need to like figure out what to talk about.
Right. Let me see. I'm gonna just get rid of my well, I can leave my twin on stage, it doesn't matter.
Seems right.
Yeah. So Susie said, oh, we've missed you too, Susie. Glad you could pop in. Susie said, I think they're eating the babies and old people to save resources and be more efficient or whatever. Yeah, I think they're just eating all the dead, the people who've already died, not killing anyone.
Yeah, they're not killing anybody.
Yeah.
Glug, chug, chug, chug.
Right.
It doesn't have different.
What was that?
So maybe it has different flavors.
Yeah. So anyway, so Carol finishes the video saying that this mystery substance does not contain chlorine. She says, anybody listening out there, how about it, you 12? Any response? Are you even getting these? Because how the fuck would I know?
Yeah.
And then she does something interesting. Well, before I get to that, yeah. I mean, do we think that they're actually delivering these messages? I mean, do they want to please her that much that they would like actually deliver these, even though she's trying to investigate whether there's a cure and what this mystery substance is that they're drinking? I mean, I think they're probably delivering the messages, but so far, either the immune are ignoring them or not bothering to listen to them at all.
Well, what if they send them, but they send them in the slowest way possible?
Maybe.
But like burrow, by burrow.
Maybe snail mail.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I thought burrow. Let's put the mail on the back of a burrow.
A burrow. That would work.
They're doing what makes her happy. They're just doing it on their own time.
Yeah. That could work. That could work.
I mean, and it gives them time to work on getting them into the hive while, that very slow mail is happening.
Right. Yeah. That could be it. That could be it, because I think that Manny in Paraguay would be interested in what she has to say, although he might not, the way that he is though, I wouldn't be surprised if they deliver this recording to him, but he doesn't even open the package. Because he doesn't trust anything that they bring him. He doesn't want to eat any of the food they bring. So why would he open a package they deliver to him? So I bet she's going to have to tell him herself in person. He won't have watched these recordings. That's what I would predict. Because he won't want to open any package that they deliver to him.
And plus, maybe they didn't listen to the whole thing. Maybe the guy is more of a hedonist. Maybe he doesn't even really care about him.
Yeah.
Or the one that has the child doesn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of them just won't care. The one who has a child, Locksme, just won't
Yeah,
care.
Mhm.
So then Carol deletes what she just recorded and sits back down and starts over. Greetings, fellow survivors. Carol Sturka here with an update. And then the scene cuts there. So that's a kind of interesting thing because we don't know if she said the exact same thing the second time. They don't show us. Why did she do that? Why did she delete it and start over again?
I
I
think
wonder.
she was trying to do a more sensitive version of what she did the first time.
Okay, maybe trying to be more sensitive about it.
Mhm.
But I wonder if there's anything more to it, anything that she changed about her message that could come back later. We could see later.
Yeah,
You
maybe
know,
see it later.
like Carl had an idea when we were watching this. Carl said like they didn't show us that for a reason. There's a reason. There must be a reason they didn't show us what she re-recorded, and he said like later maybe they'll show one of the other immune like Manny or someone like that watching it, and we'll see that she said something else, something slightly different, something different on the re-recorded version, and that's how they could show us via a recording later, watched by someone else. So yeah, she puts that outside and a drone comes and picks it up, takes it away. And then we see a bunch of wolves approaching ominously. Carol goes for her nightly booze as usual. And then interestingly, like the camera focuses away from the booze and then in on this handcuff that's still around her wrist that she's stuck with. And I think, once again, they're going for some symbolism with that. And I think it represents her character flaws that are holding her back, her willful blindness, her blind rage. Because she cannot see the simple solution to this, which is the set of keys in the police car outside. She doesn't need to be walking around with this stuck to her wrist. So
Yeah, but it could also symbolize her tie to the hive mind too, that she's handcuffed to them in a way.
Right.
That she needs them.
Why is there?
I don't know.
Sorry, there's an echo now. All right. Hopefully you can't hear the echo because I'm going to get away from my phone.
I can't hear it anymore.
But yeah, I think they focused on that for some symbolism. Her blind rage is holding her back from seeing obvious solutions. And that could pertain, some of those obvious solutions could pertain to what she needs to do regarding the hive mind. I mean, they say none are so blind as those who will not see. Anyway, Kara looks out the window. Hold on. Okay. I had to make sure my volume is up on my laptop here. So she looks out the window and she sees a bunch of wolves digging up her partner's body.
Ugh.
Horrific.
No.
They couldn't have been buried too. I mean, her partner couldn't have been buried too deep if they are able to smell her there. Horrible. She runs outside with a golf club. And if you look at the wolves, on the subject of whether or not the animals are part of some kind of hive of their own, not all of these wolves are looking up. Only 2 of them are. So it's just a thought, I don't think they're part of some kind of hive.
So that's horrifying. She goes for the gun in the police car, and once again, her emotions
Mhm.
blind her to obvious solutions. She can't figure out why the gun won't come loose. She's like, why won't you fucking come loose? And she later, the next day, realizes that there's a button that she could have pushed that would have released it. A simple button. Anyway, so since she can't figure that out, she just gets in the police car and drives it straight through her
I know,
fence.
I didn't know what she was doing. That's pretty funny. Just drives right in.
Yep. I was like, okay, she's gonna just drive right through her fence into her yard, and that's what she did.
Hmm.
Uh, I figured that would be her next move. Smart,
Well, it made the
very
wolves run
smart.
away.
Yeah, that's
Get
one way
rid
to
of
get rid of them.
Yeah, get rid of them.
And she just sat there in the car the rest of the night. Um, this really, for people who can't stand Carol, which are, I know a lot of people watching it find her so grating that they can't stand watching her. Um, I think this should help generate sympathy for her.
Hmm.
Uh, the fact that she had to sit there all night guarding her deceased partner's body
Hmm.
from the wolves, that's horrible. All alone in the world now. The
Hmm.
only person she loved, the only person who loved her is gone, and now she has to guard her body from wolves trying to dig her up. It's horrible. And she's all alone in this. I felt for her. She slept in the car. See a beautiful shot of the sun coming up. A transition shot here.
Hmm.
And then when she wakes up, she realizes all she had to do was to release that gun was press a button. That's where she's like, son of a bitch, as she realizes that. And then same with the handcuffs. She finds the key on the keyring, which she should have realized was there the whole time. Um, she finally gets that handcuff off her wrist. And again, son of a bitch. She realizes how blind she's been not to recognize these obvious solutions in front of her. And maybe this is foreshadowing for the future. She'll figure out other things that she's been blind to, that some bigger solutions that are in front of her regarding the hive. Um, and then there's a little montage scene of her picking up some building materials to cover the area where her partner's buried so that the wolves can't get at her anymore. Um, more sympathy building for this character. Um, if you hate her, I mean, you've got to at least feel something. If you don't feel something
Yeah.
for her, then you've got to be made of stone. Um, she does this all alone, and the hive, which normally would be showing up saying, like we see this transition shot of her working in the hot sun, which
Hmm.
must have taken a while.
Yeah.
And all day long, you see the transition shot as the sun is going down. So we literally saw her working on this all day. Like the sun
Hmm.
came up, she went and got building materials. I don't know why this took her all day, but apparently it did.
Well, they were very
The sun
heavy.
is going, huh?
They were very heavy.
Yeah, they are
And
heavy.
plus, she was also working on that stone too with her name on it, like painting it.
Right, right. And that's true. And the sun is going down, and notice nobody from the hive shows up to say, "Hey, Carol, we're worried about you not being hydrated," and
Yeah.
what the stuff that they used to do. When she was burying her partner alone, Zosha showed up and said how worried they were about
Hmm.
her not hydrating. Well, she's not taking care of herself here. I don't see her hydrating or doing anything, taking breaks.
Hmm.
So it just goes to show how much they've ghosted her.
Hmm.
And there's been a major shift here between her and the collective. They're not doing her bidding and concerned for her well-being as much anymore. They've just abandoned her, like she said. And she goes in and she spends a while um painting her partner's name on something to put there, a
It was really nice.
memorial.
It was really nice what she was doing.
Yeah, yeah. It says her partner's name, and she paints something on it that I couldn't make out. I
I
couldn't
think
tell what it
it's an
was.
orchid because she had those orchids on the grave before.
Okay.
I think it's an orchid.
Yeah. So, yeah, it says Helen, and she stands there tearing up. Again, if you don't feel some sympathy for her, you're made of stone or you're homophobic. One or the other. Because let's be real, some people won't feel sympathy for her because her partner was a woman. And
Or that
that's,
she is a woman.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
the whole Skylar thing again. You weren't around for the whole Skylar Breaking Bad thing.
Yeah, yep. So, so moving on from there, she goes in the house and she's looking at the bag that had that mystery powder in it. She notices a barcode. That gets her thinking, wheels turning in her head. She goes down to Sprouts to scan it, and it comes up with nothing. So then she goes and she matches it with a dog food bag from the aisle. It matches exactly. Same size bag and everything. She turns it over and she sees where it's manufactured, Agrojet, and it's also in Albuquerque. So once again, detective mode activated. She drives down there, sneaks in,
I like
squeezes
the
her
fact
way
that it's
in.
really just her this whole episode, but it's intriguing all the way through.
Yeah,
You're really interested in what she's doing, even though it's essentially one character and a phone message.
yeah, it is. They really do a great job, even though they still have this last man on Earth, or in this case, last woman on Earth thing going on. Um, it's working for now. In the long term, I don't think it's going to work if she's alone for a lot of every episode. But for now, I thought this episode was excellent. They did a great job with it. It wasn't the least bit boring for me this time or predictable. I didn't expect this next part either.
Yeah, yeah.
She goes through the factory and she sees some various like regular ordinary ingredients on the shelves still, I guess.
Watermelons.
Watermelons. I don't really know why they'd be at a dog food factory, but
Oh, I thought it was just a place to manufacture the bags. Those type of bags.
oh, okay. Okay.
Not the dog food itself.
And then so the show goes out of its way to not give us a clear shot of what she finds next.
Of course.
In the next area on the shelves, it looks like body bags. These look like body bags to me. Let me turn up the brightness. I should have done this before, but let me just turn up the brightness on this. I don't think it'll show us much more, but yeah,
Yes,
see what
sure.
happens here? It degrades the quality of the image, so you see more noise, but um like these look like body bags. These look like plastic body bags to me. But it's dark in there, so it may not be. It may not be. It could be something else. We could be getting led to believe that it's body bags when it's actually something else. But for now, I'm going with that. That's what it looks like.
Because she recoils so bad in horror, it's got to be something like that. You would think.
Yeah, because she opens up a bag. I think it's kind of odd that it takes her a while to react, though. She, because she opens the thing and she's looking in it for several seconds, and you don't see much registering on her face at first, but maybe it's just shock. I think it's just shock. There's nothing on her face here at first, and she's already seen what's inside in this moment, and she doesn't look horrified or anything, but maybe she's in shock because her face looks blank. And then she kind of starts to recoil here. Her mouth starts to open, and she takes a step back. It's very stereotypical here. Like the person recoils in horror, takes a step back, and they see something like disturbing. She steps back, and her mouth drops open, and yeah, the end credits roll. She gasps, like, so it's got to be something horrifying, or just shocking, but I think it's going to be horrifying. It's probably dead bodies. I don't think it's just dead animals, because I mean, as much as I don't know, she doesn't strike me as a huge animal lover. I think she's
it
reacting.
could be that she just saw bones, and then maybe a baby's skull or something fell out of it, and she's like, "Oh my god!" Like something obvious. Like maybe it wasn't. Like maybe she saw a human skull or something.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
settled it on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
I hope it's not. I want it to be something not human. Maybe a mutant or something, but I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah.
I want to be something against the trope, a Soylent Green trope.
The Soylent Green trope is, yeah, it's a bit predictable. I'm not gonna lie. And they could be leading us in that direction, and it's gonna be a swerve, and it'll be something else. And as Susie said, it could be like animals. Yeah, it could be. It could be. She's just reacting with the horror, though, of someone who's looking at a dead human body. That's the vibe I'm getting. So that's what I'm thinking, and that's what Carl thinks. I'll speak for him since he dropped off asleep. He for the record, Carl actually he guessed a while before this scene that it was going to be humans. When was it that he guessed it? It was when I think it was when he saw the crows picking at that bag full of powder. He said, "Oh, what is this? They're eating people. They're grinding up people and eating them." I was like, "What? What?" I wasn't sure. I thought maybe like that could be. And then this scene played, and it was like, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well.
So yeah, Carl was right on that theory immediately when he saw the crows. He guessed it early. He's always guessing stuff early. Like he's always guessing what's going to happen on whatever show is on way before it's revealed.
Well,
Or guessing what somebody's going to
it
do.
makes sense because like the wolves are going towards the dead bodies, so the crows would also be attracted to that.
It does, yeah. It makes sense. And I was like, you know what, you could be right. When he pointed that out, I was like, yeah, crows do, tend to go for the dead bodies. So, oh, Doc, I missed Doc saying good night. Belated good night to Doc. Let me check back in with the chat here. I don't know how I missed that, because I think I saw a lot of messages after this, but what, Scarlett? What did you say?
I don't know if you get the messages in the same order I do, because sometimes I sometimes think maybe you get the messages in a different order, because sometimes you skip over things I think you would not skip over.
Oh, that's odd. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I sometimes I just accidentally overlook stuff too because I'm jumping back and forth between the image tab and the chat. So sometimes I don't mean to overlook or skip things, but I do. Um, I because I can't see both at once. Cyber Week at StreamYard is 50%. I wonder if that's just for new subscribers. I'll have to look into that, Dieter. Thanks for the heads
Can
up.
you unsubscribe then resubscribe?
Yeah, maybe I could. Maybe I could.
I know people that have 2 emails and they go between the 2 emails. Like they unsubscribe from the one, subscribe from the other, then unsubscribe from the one and go back and forth.
Right. Yeah.
Get those
I'll have
deals.
to look into that. Amy said, get one of those cat litter things that test your cat's pH and stuff.
Pretty litter?
Yeah, I used to have that for my cat Katie, who had kidney crystals. She passed away a few years ago. Yeah, I'm not so sure how well it works because one time she had a UTI and the litter box didn't alert us to that like it's supposed to with the color changing crystals, but then again she often peed outside the litter box, so that's probably why it missed it. Um, but yeah, I'll have to go back to that type of litter actually for Boo now. We didn't go to the vet to see if she's having health issues, Amy. But it's something I'm gonna consider. Like, she needs a checkup with a brand new vet out here anyway in Iowa. Litter box usually best to clean it daily. Yeah, that's right, Teeter.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I do.
oh yeah. Dave Dorf said I saw a YouTube video about episode 6. The person who wrote it has several movies. They wrote about eating food and how it shapes life. Oh, or is it episode 5? Because I got it mixed up myself and wrote episode 6 on this live.
Yeah, I
So
noticed
he
that.
might have meant episode 5. Um,
Yeah, I should do more of that. We should do more of the like writer director thing on these. Give a little shout out.
yeah. Yeah, we definitely haven't seen the Hive Kids in a while, Amy.
The Hive Kids. They drove
Yeah.
off.
Yeah. Susie said if my cat was a hive mind cat, I would not care. Yeah, I wouldn't either. With cats, I don't think it really would mind. I don't think it would matter.
A Catopia.
Yeah. Um, Dieter, I miss Dieter saying bye too. Belated good day to Dieter. Um, Susie said the garbled radio signal plus the ham radio and the aurora and the memory are something too. Right. Yeah, the ham radio that Manny was using, I think he'll probably find someone else out there who's immune who we don't know about yet via the ham radio. Dave said Vera Blasi wrote movies, Tortilla Soup, as well as Women on Top, both movies about eating and food's effect on things in life. Oh, I never heard of those.
Yeah, I've heard
Okay.
of
Susie said it's all garbled, which implies that the hive mind is using radio signals to communicate. ESP with 2 clues, ham radio plus aurora memory. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay. To communicate with themselves, they're using radio signals, which would be a way to break the signal. Oh, maybe he's messing with the ham radio to mess with the way they communicate with each other. That's really interesting, Susie. Or anytime there was a big solar flare, she would be able to access. She hasn't been, Susie also says she hasn't been blind, she's been overcome with grief. It makes your brain not work right. Well, that's true. That's absolutely true. That's part of it. But in terms of her anger, I would call it a blind rage that she goes into, and she doesn't see solutions that are right in front of her. That's what I mean when I say blind. But yeah, her grief is definitely part of the problem, a big part of it. Uh, Amy said when she left the front door open with her in the car, scared me. I was like, you're gonna let the coyotes go in the house? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Shit. Could have been bad. Susie said, I don't know. I would definitely complain about sleeping on a bed of ice. I don't think she's that bad. Me too. I'd be complaining like crazy. I would be bitching like you wouldn't believe. She said,
I
I
would
don't think
love
she
it.
can.
I
You would
would love
love
it.
it?
I
Oh
love
my
it.
God.
Once a lifetime experience. 100,000 a night experience that was just given to me. I definitely do it.
Oh,
I
sounds like
love it.
torture. No,
Well, you
you
get some
couldn't pay me.
furs. You get some furs. It's only 27 degrees in there. It's fine. It's fine. It's warm.
You couldn't pay me to do that ever. No way. I would visit one of those ice castles, but I would not sleep there. Hell no. Um, I would be like, I don't know. Susie said, I don't think she can save Earth, but I think she will be able to stop them from spreading by deleting all possibility of radio signals somehow. Um, Interesting. That's a really cool theory, Susie. I like that. That's fascinating. Let's see. Yeah, she also said that she thinks they're body bags. Um, we know she cares about
I am
babies because she
Canada
tried.
person.
What?
I am Canada person. Maybe laugh, Susie.
Um, Susie said, we know she cares about babies because she tried to get the lady to not drop the car seat off the counter at the hospital. Right.
Mm.
I don't think they're eating them because it's their main thing. But just like the logic of their machine brain is like mostly efficiency with no humanity. Absolutely. It's mostly efficiency. And so they would
Mm-hmm.
look at this through a purely utilitarian lens and say, okay,
Nutrient.
we need nutrients. We
Mm-hmm.
don't want to kill anything. We cannot kill. So without meat, we're gonna eventually starve to death without meat and without the ability to properly farm because they're they're too environmentalist and efficiency focused, so they can't do factory farming properly. They can't use pesticides, um, and they'll wind up starving. So they would just grind up these deceased bodies and use them for nutrients. It's horrifying, yes, but for them, it's just efficiency. It's utilitarianism. Um, she said that's like in the old Celtic ways. On Eagle Mountain, for example, they feed the dead to the birds
Mm-hmm.
because it gives back before burying bones. Oh, wow.
Let's put a body out in the yard.
Oh,
Yep.
that's really disturbing. Oh my God. Like, imagine like
I remember
doing
there
that
was
with
some
your loved
show
ones.
like I think it's called Horrible Histories where they do parodies, and it was like a parody where they were like, oh hey, I decorated my house and there's like just a couple dead bodies this way. And they're like, yeah. They like the way I decorated, and it's like because they always just put the dead bodies out
That's
out in the
disturbing.
garden.
Wow. Hold on, I'm gonna switch back to my phone for this last bit while we wrap up.
I'm not Canada person. I like to be Canada person. How can I become Canada person? I'm so close to Canada. Somebody tell me how. Don't just go across and not come back.
I wish to God I could do that too. I really do. God, I would move to Canada in a heartbeat if I could. Don't get me started.
But living in Michigan, I'm almost Canada person. I have same weather as Canada.
Yeah. Let's see. Susie said, I use that litter, not even for that, but it's just better. Yeah, I think I'll switch back. The only thing that sucks about crystal litter, that stuff winds up all over the house. It sticks to their claws more than regular litter, and you find it everywhere. Like when you vacuum, you're like everything. Like I couldn't believe how much the vacuum canister was full of those crystals everywhere in the house, not just the room where the litter box was. So I don't like that. And also, how do we know that it's, I guess since it's been on the market this long and people, this many people are using it, it must be non-toxic to cats, because something bad would have happened by now. But it just seems weird to me that, isn't this stuff made of silica gel, which is toxic to us? And if the cats lick it off their paws, what happens? Like, it can't, to me, that can't be good.
I'm assuming they did some testing before they put this one thing on the market.
They must have, yeah.
Standards, like, FDA standards, other kinds of standards.
Yeah.
For humans too, because, a lot of that stuff can affect humans as well. That's why I always use a mask when I clean out the cat box too, because it kicks up dust.
Yeah. This is just my mom's paranoia talking. I used that stuff for years with my cats, and it was fine. And my mom, it was paranoid about that stuff, so it just made me wonder a little bit.
It looks weird. I like this. It looks different.
Yeah. But it's supposed to be like, I don't know if all crystal litter does this, but the pretty litter would turns colors if your cat supposedly, if your cat has different urinary problems.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Dave was referring to episode 6. Okay. Because you can yeah, we can't really know much about it because it hasn't been released yet. It comes out Thursday night. He said you can see who wrote and directed the episodes before they air.
I see. Okay. Yeah, like on the Wikipedia page. Yeah, I saw that.
He said, so episode 6 will be about what the hive is eating and why. Oh, okay.
That's interesting because they have that director. That's really cool. I'll have to seek out tortilla soup.
Episode 6 is called HDP, he said. Human-derived protein. Ooh.
Yum.
Wow. Yuck.
Soylent Green is HDP.
Yeah. Susie said they could just let the babies die without killing them. Oh yeah, I mean, you could just, there are all kinds of things you could just do. Like you could just let people die without actually killing them.
For the benefit of the hive. So the hive has
Amy said, don't say Canada too loud, Doug will show up. LOL, JK.
I'll say Canada too loud. Doug can show up anytime he wants.
Yeah, we'll summon Doug, but like we summon Mackie.
Spirit of Canada. Oh yeah, where's my bell? It's time. How do you know it's time?
It's exactly 4 a.m.
4 o'clock.
It's 4 a.m.
Mackie hour.
It's 4 a.m. Eastern anyway.
It's the Mackie hour.
Maybe one day Mackie will come back.
I pray to the spirit of Mackie. Mackie. It's funny you do that exactly at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, it happened to be exactly on the dot.
Oh yeah. maybe he'll show up. If it's on the dot, maybe it has to be at 4 o'clock exactly.
Maybe, yeah. Anyway, since it is 4 o'clock, we should
Yeah.
get going now. It's been 4.5 hours, and
Yep.
I think we've broken this down as much as humanly possible. And
Yeah.
thanks for hanging in there as long as you have. Being an hour later than me, even, Scarlet.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Yeah.
Well, I was sleeping before because I didn't know we were doing it, and I woke up and I'm like, okay, so I got a little sleep. Now I'll get more sleep.
I'm glad you woke up though and could join.
Yeah.
I got Rip Fan Carl over here. He's out like a light, so all he'd be adding to the discussion would be snoring right about now. So
Yes.
well, I mean, he's like, the problem is, like, I basically like use up all his energy going for walks and yeah, so he's like, you know,
Yeah. Not a
uh,
vampire.
I'm running him ragged, with all the walks that I need to take, and between that and doing all the cooking and stuff, like he's not staying up as many hours of the night as he used to since I've been here, so it's understandable. Most
Embrace
people
the darkness yet.
no, most people don't go for
Teach
as
him
many
how
walks
to
as me,
embrace the darkness.
right? And most people don't go for as many walks as I have to do in a day, so it's a lot to adjust to. So
Yeah, I feel like I'm becoming like an animal. Like when it's sunny outside, all of a sudden I'm out and want to run around, and then I feel sleepy when it's like cloudy and overcast and snowy.
yeah. And good night, Susie. She said, thanks for making me feel a bit less sad tonight about my Millie. Oh, condolences to you again, Susie, for that devastating loss, and glad that we could help, at least for a little while, take your mind off of it. And rest in peace, Millie. I'm so glad to see you again, Susie. Just wish it were under better circumstances. Amy said, rest well, all, including Carl. Yeah, Rip Fan Carl. I'm gonna tell him. I coined a new nickname for him. This has become a habit lately. The snoozing on the lives. Susie said, I'd be down to come on and talk sometime about Pluribus and or it if you want sometime soon. Oh, that would be great, Susie.
Yeah, it feels like old times, Susie, when we used to break down from.
Yeah, that would be
Now, like
great.
one night we were breaking down every occult symbol we could find.
Yeah.
Every alchemy book that's around.
Yeah. Susie has an awesome personality, so it's always a lot of fun. Yeah, and it is another fun one, so yeah. And so as for the next live, we'll be I think we're gonna be doing a live with Doug tomorrow night. What were the page numbers he said? It was for the book club live, the second book, The Shaming of the True, that we're breaking down our book club lives with Doug Hughes. We're covering pages, I think, 54 to 112.
Okay.
And that should be, I believe, 10 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna make sure it still works for Doug, but I'm pretty sure it's still a go. So that'll be 10 p.m. Eastern Wednesday. And Thursday, I might try to do a Stranger Things live. So stay tuned on that. That's still, I haven't really even given much thought to it. I haven't really had time, but I'd like to do a live, just talking about it and not analyzing it frame by frame, because that would take forever.
And not all 4 episodes.
No, no. Like, well, we would like go over like the most important events from each one and some important images, and not, you know, 5,000 images or whatever I would normally have to do for each one, because that's a lot. There are long episodes too. And then Friday, I think we should be doing From Academy at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. And then that would leave Saturday for Welcome to Derry. So that's quite a packed schedule. I don't know if I'll be able to pull all of it off, but I'm gonna try. Welcome to Derry, we're behind on because of my pain spiking, having to postpone it multiple times. So we need to cover 3 episodes,
Wow.
4, 5, and 6, in one live. So that'll be interesting. Probably try to do that Saturday, and that'll be more like probably 11 p.m. Eastern. So I'll put out an actual schedule, which I have neglected to do, but I'll do that. I can't guarantee that I'll keep the schedule because it always is dictated by my pain level. And sometimes I literally plan on doing a live, and then like half an hour later, I get knocked out by whatever medication I'm on to manage my pain. And that's what happened last night. I planned on doing this live, and then I just got knocked out, because my pain is so bad that I'm knocked out by exhaustion or medication or both. So I do my best to stick to a schedule, but it's tough right now. So that's the situation. I'm gonna try to get all these lives in. It's not easy. Like, for me to do that many in a row, especially, it's not easy. The rest of the week, they're gonna have to be a lot shorter than this. But this has been okay. I've been walking around. I haven't been sitting the whole time, so that manages it a little better, but I'm still in bad shape. So I'm gonna go do some self-care now and let you go to bed, Scarlet. And good night, Martin. Thanks, Umbra. He said good deep dive. Thanks for being here and offering your ideas. Umbra said I need to finally watch Welcome to Derry. Yeah, you definitely should. I don't think it's nearly as high quality as Pluribus, but it's a good show. It's a decent show. It's not as good as the hype, and it's not as good as I hoped it would be. I've waited a long time for that show, and was wishing it would be better than this, to be honest with you. But it's a good show. And and Umbra, if you ever want to come on as a guest, let me know too. That would be fun. You were always awesome to have on the panel. Susie said, I feel you on that. Take care of yourself, and it's hard to sit on a computer when having that chronic back stuff. Yep. I know you can relate, and you take care too, Susie. And let's see, did I miss anything else? Thanks, Martin. Awesome stream, guys. Such a fun listen. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Cool.
Good night, y'all, ladies, and thanks, and all y'all. Good night to you too, Susie. I sound funny saying y'all because it's so not like part of my vernacular. Miss you guys already. Well, I'm not gonna be such a stranger, Amy, with these lives. I'll try to be more reliable and show up when I'm supposed to, and just make the lives shorter when I need to manage my pain. Because I miss you guys too when I'm not doing these. I really do. And I'll do more watch parties again too. Yeah, the Stephen King universe is amazing, Susie. 100%. Mrs. Kirsch history right now. Yeah. Actually, I got to go watch the rest of Welcome to Derry, the latest episode. I didn't pay attention when I was doing the watch party, so now I've got to go look into Mrs. Kirsch's history myself too. I know there was some stuff revealed in that episode. So, all right, I'm going to shut up now. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, Scarlet, and we'll see you on the next one.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die.